Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live, and today is building up to be a very special day. Joining me live, Tracy Shuchart, our senior economist, Craig Shapiro, senior macro strategist, and the one and only Pipsar, Blake Morrow. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Jim.
Man, I woke up this morning and it was like a global rout going on here. We're talking risk off, red all over the place. Shai, what happened?
All right, so we'll get the Iran news out of the way really quickly. Pretty quiet overnight, not much to report. Ships are still trickling through. Have been no major announcements since yesterday when the U.S. granted a 60-day sanctions waiver for Iranian oil to be sold in USD. But quiet on that front. Now, there's a storm somewhere else now, of course. So the big news overnight is obviously the global tech rout. A sell-off cascaded across global markets as investors turned jittery about high-flying tech stocks and frothy valuations. The South Korea's Kospi index plunged 10% from the record high, halted by a circuit breaker for the fourth time this year. Memory stocks recorded some of the steepest losses, and SpaceX was poised to fall below its first day opening price of $150, but it looks like it has recovered some, trading about $158 right now. NASDAQ futures also down 2.5%, S&P 1.3%. In Seoul, chip giants HK Hynix and Samsung slumped more than 12%. Intel and Micron led the broader decline among chip makers in the U.S. I do have to say, there is this going on, but we also have quarter-end rebalance. I just want to remind everybody, JPM estimates institutional investors could sell $165 billion of equities and buy a matching amount of bonds by June 30th. Breakdown, you've got U.S. pension funds at $55 billion, Japan at $60 billion, Norway's at $40 billion, and balanced mutual funds buying $15 billion. It's a partial offset, sort of. Again, that window closes June 30th, so perhaps along with the tech route, we are seeing some of this as we do have U.S. Treasuries are bid overnight. Moving on in private credit, Apollo Global Management is once again limiting withdrawal requests from its largest non-traded private credit fund for retail investors. Apollo Debt Solutions, which has roughly $25 billion in assets, capped withdrawals at 5% of its outstanding shares after investors asked to redeem 16.8%, according to the shareholder letter. So Apollo is the latest alternative asset manager to cap investor withdrawals for the second quarter, running as concerns over private credit exposure to software firms and the potential for AI disruption rumble on. So again, we talked about private credit so much, but that issue is still lingering in the background. In AI mania, Qualcomm is in advanced talks to acquire Modular Inc. in a transaction valuing the artificial intelligence chip startup at about $4 billion. The transaction could be announced as soon as the coming weeks. And then, of course, we do have, like with us, so we got to talk about the yen this morning. Obviously, we have. There was Bloomberg put out an analysis and said that Japan's army of retail currency traders have heeded their government's warning and stopped betting on the yen to decline, putting them at odds with the rest of the world, essentially, that are all positioned for further weakness. The mean estimate of individual investors' yen position flipped to a net long bet of about $3.1 billion. That's USD. I'm quoting USD prices, not yen. According to the analysis from Financial Futures Association of Japan and Tokyo Finance Exchange, that compares with the bearish wagers of 2.33 trillion yen on the currency at the end of April, the most since late 2020. So we did have the yen weaken as much as 161.93 yesterday, still trading over 161 this morning. We'll talk to Blake about this a little bit later on and see if we get some sort of intervention. And then as far as data is concerned, we have at 8:15 ADP weekly employment change. At 8:30, Philadelphia non-Fed manufacturing activity. 9:45, S&P Global Manufacturing. And at 10, Richmond Fed manufacturing. That 9:45 data point will be watched closely. I don't think the rest will move the needle on the markets by any stretch of the imagination today.
Wow. Well, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today for sure. I do want to give a special shout out in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Paulie, Cooper, you met Soap. First three to chime in. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody being here at NinjaTrader Live. Craig, I got to go to you. I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now. We're down over 2.5% so far. Doesn't look like this thing is going to stop anytime soon. Is this the AI route happening right now, or what's going on?
Well, we've all had to become Korea experts once again overnight because Korea is the focal point of the AI upstream CapEx story, with the memory demand exploding, and the two biggest names there, Samsung and Hynix, being the biggest weights in their index. And so, as the hyperscalers continue to ramp up CapEx, it's all that a large percentage of that spending is going into the memory story. Korea has taken a lot of that share. Obviously, we have Micron after the close tomorrow as well, and so probably seeing some position squaring into that number. There was a headline out, potential headline overnight as well, about some NVIDIA chips, these HBM4 chips, maybe seeing some more sluggish demand and kind of pushing out the cycle a little bit. So that kind of got some people a little bit spooked, but this has been where everybody has been flowing all the capital in. We've seen this time and time again when capital kind of flows in and goes all the way in and momentum is bid, and then all of a sudden rug pull. And maybe we saw a little bit of that overnight. Yesterday was interesting too, because Google was down 5%, Amazon was down 5%, Netflix was down 5%, and yet the NASDAQ was, for all intents and purposes, unchanged. I mean, at least the S&Ps were broadly unchanged, and so we definitely saw that rotation to start the week, and then you kind of wake up, today, and you're seeing, more of the liquidation. So, mentioned it yesterday too, how last week was being supported by the flows, by the options expiry activity and the positive gamma regime that we're in, and that this week that positioning was behind us. And so we had the more hawkish Fed, a dollar that continues to just move incredibly strong. You mentioned the yen, but breaking out against the euro as well this morning. There's some talk about special elections are coming potentially in Italy for in the coming quarters. So the euro's under significant pressure as well. Dollar up, yields up, equity markets maybe finally noticing, and now that the window of potential weakness is open, you're seeing some of that liquidation. Notable as well today, leveraged ETF rebalance flows. So when we talk about them a lot, they're massive, over 200 billion of AUM. 85% of those are tied into the NASDAQ story, the chip story, the AI story. So you're going to have significant leverage ETF selling today. Estimates already kind of in the $30 billion mark for the end of the day. That number is likely to grow as if the market continues to slide. So expect a lot of pressure kind of all day in that, in these sectors.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, the NASDAQ didn't really start breaking until about an hour after the Asian initial balance last night, and then it broke bad. Blake, is this just contagion going on?
Yeah, I think it is. This is really one of the first times that we've seen Swiss franc actually show some signs of strength. I mean, the Swiss franc has actually been quite strong overnight, and which is a recent departure from what we've seen with the Swiss franc on any type of little selling that we've seen in the markets, which I have to point out just because that's significant in the currency market. And if I'm seeing that in the currency market, that means it has more meaning when you're talking about the broad markets. And then, you got copper. It's down. And I should give a shout out to one of our viewers here that was just mentioning about copper as well. And I just missed his comment anyway. But we're at the neckline of a potential double top. You're seeing the Aussie, break through a triangle. It's got a head and shoulder pattern that completes about another 50 cents lower in the Aussie. And I think it's just kind of bled all over. throughout the markets. You look at the Nikkei has turned quite aggressively lower, and it started all last night. And you know where it actually started, and it might be silly until you look at the technical charts, which I know we're not viewing right now. You look at the S&P futures yesterday. They spiked up when JD Vance talked about all the progress he's making with Iran. You saw this spike up through a triangle. We've been looking at this triangle on the S&P. We broke to the upside and then turned around and broke to the downside. So that false breakout led to a breakdown, as they most often do. And that breakout has been quite substantial today.
Yeah, and I'll cover that in more detail in that report. Where I'm talking about midpoints and piercing lines of benchmark candles just being blown away this morning. We'll dig into that a little bit later. But by the way, Tracy wrote a great piece today in our newsletter. If you haven't signed up for it, it's free. Tracy writes a great piece. Craig writes a great piece, and so does Anthony. We'll put a link into the chat if you want to get it. It's free. You could always say, I don't want it anymore. But going back to Shai for a second, you talked about this rebalancing, and it hit closer to home for me personally on a much smaller scale because I'm dealing with my father's portfolio. But talk to us a little bit more about the rebalancing idea that's going on.
So, yeah, I mean, it's essentially these funds are forced to rebalance at the end of quarter. This one just happens to be one of the largest in a very long time, and these are for pension funds and for national funds like Norway. So what happens is when they are forced to rebalance, they just automatically do. They're not looking at price. They're not looking at anything, and they're forced now to sell equities and to buy the equal amount of bonds. And so that is the kind of flows that we always like to talk about that's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, bonds are all of the Treasury instruments are up today, meaning yields might be down a tad bit. U.S. 30-year still under 5%, but barely. 10-year under 4.5, but barely. And then 2-year, I think, is 4.2% this morning when I logged in. Is it time to move some money over into interest rates?
Well, look, I mean, many of the outperformance of equities versus bonds in the second quarter this year was historic. It kind of was the opposite of really what we saw in the first quarter, where we had large pension rebalance to buy at the end of March, and now you're kind of seeing the opposite of that. For this quarter. So, that flow will happen, typically happens the last couple of days of the quarter. I mean, it could even happen into the first day of the next quarter. As far as bonds broadly are concerned, I mean, what we're seeing here is that shift, a more hawkish Fed, because inflation is sticky. We get core PCE later this week. I saw, Goldman looking for, a north of 0.4% month on month for this reading, which would be, very elevated. They say that will be the peak month, but still, that's going to increase the likelihood of a July rate hike. And so we're looking at an environment here where short-term yields continue to grind higher. And in the long end, with all the supply that we're seeing, SpaceX is doing their debt deal this week. You get 2s, 5s, and 7s for treasuries this week as well. So some pressure, just kind of broad pressure on supply. I think the data this week also will be important, and then certainly next week, some of the early month data. I don't think, and we get the payroll data. Actually, I believe comes on July 2nd, which is Thursday, the day before July 4th, July 3rd, which we're off, and so a lot of data next week too to see the strength of the U.S. economy, how well has the labor market kind of held up here despite all the geopolitical concerns, and so. But, from a rebalance perspective, yes, we're shifting some capital back into bonds, but, really need to start seeing, a little bit more of the growth slowdown, I think, and a Fed that's going to be more hawkish to make sure that the growth slows down before I think we really want to start plowing into the long end.
Hey, Jim, do you mind if I jump in here? Since you're talking about like some fixed income, have you seen boons today, Craig? They're ripping.
Yeah, look, I mean, a little bit of a risk-off, flavor, I guess, in the tape today, and so you're seeing a little bit more of a curve flattener too, and some of this, contagion, as kind of Jim mentioned from the Korea stuff. We'll see, right? I mean, like if Nasdaq and TechTrades starts to unravel, over the course of the next, hours and days, you could start doing a 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type analysis on why capital is going to flow into some of the long duration assets for sure. But I don't know if there's anything too specific. But the euro, remains under significant pressure as well. And so, Lagarde was out yesterday talking about the idea that the ECB is probably not going to be raising rates anymore either. So so we'll see.
Yeah, but Blake, I mean, talk about rate hike expectations, inflation expectations through the lens of gold. I mean, gold futures right now are, they're eyeing those March 3rd lows again at 4,100 right now. And it just seems, this market seems so heavy below the second standard deviation band of the yearly VWAP. This is not looking like a pretty market.
It isn't. I was on Sunday with Pax and Craig here, and we also had Samantha LeDuc, and we were talking about downside targets in gold at 4,100. So here we are, a couple of days later, and gold, you're right, it continues to look really heavy as the dollar's rallying, and that's if there's one like correlation that is probably the strongest out there, it is the dollar gold correlation, and it's I would say it's probably north of 80%. There are times when the dollar and gold go up at the same time. That usually means that equity markets or risk assets are falling precipitously across the board for some reason whatsoever. But right now, going back into expectations, I mean, even though the market's got a very, very slight chance, I don't know what it is priced at, like maybe 20% chance of the Fed hiking rates in July. It jumps up quite dramatically as you go into September. So, these rate hike expectations are giving the dollar a boost, even though, fixed income is rallying, across the board, as we were just discussing, whether you're talking about boons or, gilts, you're just seeing yields globally that have come down today. But also remember, today's like PMI day. So we had Australian PMIs last night. We had Eurozone, UK PMIs. UK PMIs look like absolute garbage.
Germany.
And there's
terrible.
A new prime minister coming in, right? And then we're going to have U.S. PMIs today. So we're getting a good global look of growth today. And as you can see, yields are not liking it, what they're seeing thus far. So it's going to be an interesting day today, especially as we get those PMIs a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, for sure. So traders beware, they're coming out at prime time in a couple of minutes here. But let's kind of stick with metals for a second. I mean, I'm looking at, the more of the supply and demand metals. Silver's down 5.5%. Copper's down 3.26% overnight. Tracy, what's weighing heavy on these? Is just systematic price movement?
Well, they're tied to the AI capex trade. And so what we have been seeing is every time we see NASDAQ pull back, you see copper pull back with it. Same with silver to a lesser extent, but still they are reacting to the AI capex story. And so, I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that. And, with all of the, not everything is down overnight except for live cattle. And that's not surprising when you see these dirty moves, when you see down markets. It's pretty much like get out of what you have to get out before you get a margin call, right? So it's not surprising to see all the commodities sort of following this, particularly with the higher dollar. I mean, we're over 101 now.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned live cattle. I just got to add, we still have a ringworm. It's not ringworm. It's screwworm problem here, right?
Yes, we do, and it's spreading, unfortunately, for the farmers, for the ranchers.
Oh my goodness. Well, all right. Okay. I mean, Craig. We're just totally risk off today. I mean, is this gonna be all day, all week long?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be all week long, but it is going to be, I think, all day today because of these leverage ETF rebalance flows that we have. I mean, you basically have, like I mentioned earlier, kind of an asset class that's over 200 billion in size that needs to systematically rebalance its portfolio at the end of every day. And much of that flow is double and triple levered. And so you talk kind of walking in today and, semis are down, several percent. DRAM is down 10%. Micron is down 6-7%. So you're going to have significant selling pressure at the end of the day in order to rebalance these flows. And, double that for the double levered and triple that for the triple levered. So, you're going to get some front running of that flow, throughout the course of the day. But I expect we're going to see pressure, and it doesn't appear to me that there's anything necessarily that the president can do about it at this point, right? He's kind of made his tweet for this morning. He's talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and but investors are moved on. They don't really care as much about what's going on there. It seems like things are progressing in some fashion, and so it's back to the tech story, and the tech story's been the big outperformer. We've been talking about some holes in the thesis over the course of the last few weeks that the markets have kind of brushed off. But when the window of potential weakness is open like it is right now, without a lot of that supportive options positioning flow, you could start to get the markets acting a little bit truer. And I think that's what we're going to start to see here today. I expect to see pressure in the NASDAQ kind of all day. But tomorrow is another big day, right? Because you have the Micron numbers coming out after the close. And so, there'll be some, there's going to be a lot of buying. I think the numbers come out right at 4 o'clock. So you can get, you can use tomorrow's zero data expiry options for that, not for Micron specifically, but for the, for the indices. And so, tomorrow's another day. But for today, expect to see that pressure kind of, exist throughout the course of the day, because those rebalance flows are going to be very sizable dynamic all day.
Yeah, S&P 7,400 put support. It's going to be an important level. Before, when we were in the green room, me and Blake were talking about the Bitcoin. Blake, I got to go back to you. I got to get your opinion on the Bitcoin. I know you have a good one.
Yeah, well, yeah, we can talk about Bitcoin because it's technically it's a bear flag and a bear flag and a bear flag. It's something you just see bear flag formations, which are continuation patterns for everybody that's unaware. You
and Tracy love these bear flags. I gotta say,
I do. Well, they're the easiest things to trade, right, Trace?
Exactly. I mean, exactly, and it is a bear flag that just puke to another bear flag.
Yeah, Jim, if you can draw a lower trend line on that chart, just across the very low of that chart, and right up to not today's candle, but up to right there. There you go. You can see how we're piercing through that. So if you clone that or you duplicate that, put it across the top, you have across the top of yep, there you go. That is a bear flag, and that's on just an intraday basis. And what we've been doing is we're just making these continuously on the way down. Now the scary thing is, if you look at the weekly charts, I know since I've been on here since last fall, which would been obviously September, October timeframe, the long-term targets of 51,000 are now becoming more of a reality, but we spent 4 months consolidating previously, just like over the last, earlier part of 2026. That means the longer term bear flag actually points towards 21,000 or 20,000, somewhere around there. So, when you see these continuous bear flag patterns, it's ugly. The price action's ugly. It's basically just telling you it's very shallow bounces. No one's finding value of Bitcoin at these levels, but they will. And I think that Bitcoin is going to be a really big steal at some point. But remember, for all you hodlers out there, and I know there's a lot of crypto fans watching this show. Look, Wall Street is not. They are not hodlers. They could give a shit less that Bitcoin's going to go from 50, 60,000 to 400,000 over the course of the next 10 years. They are risk managers, and they're LIFO. Craig and I, we talked about this over the last several months. Last in, first out. A lot of fund managers have just been putting crypto in their portfolios over the last couple of years. They're looking at crypto underperforming. They don't want it. They're going to cut their losses. They're not going to sit around and say, well, in the next 5 or 10 years, it's $1 million. They don't care about that. It's weighing on their portfolio right now. And they got other assets that they need to trade. So, the LIFO is a real thing. The crypto risk management is a real thing. It's a problem with bringing all these cryptos into Wall Street, that crypto is now abiding by, risk management rules, not hodler rules, if you will.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your list earlier today. Appreciate that for sure. Craig, final words of wisdom for us.
Yeah, while we had the ADP weekly number come in. It was 30.75 thousand of jobs, which is a tick up from last week. So, labor market kind of holding in there, which just means that the Fed's going to be, more in the camp of pushing to make sure that inflation gets slayed. And so if we get this hot PCE print later in the week, the odds of a July rate hike are going to continue to move higher, which is a scary proposition, I think, here, because real rates are going to continue to move higher. The dollar is going to continue to move higher, and liquidity is going to, be continuing to be removed from the market. And so when you combine that with the window of potential weakness being open, the pension rebalance for sale that we mentioned earlier, and all this leverage ETF flow, the outlook for the rest of June doesn't look great. And so making new highs by the 4th of July, like the president wants for the 250th celebration, may be off the table.
No,
so we'll have to see.
He said that he posted yesterday that we would. He said stocks are going to go up tomorrow. So
oh no,
we'll see.
Oh, no. All right.
Hey, did you guys notice this? By the way, SpaceX, when pre-market trading started, we gapped below 150, below the IPO lows. Now the market scooped it up below 150, but that's kind of crazy, right? That's a little turn of events.
Yeah. No, we're still in orbit. It's still pretty good. So.
Pun intended. I love it, Jim. I love it.
Anyway, Craig, Blake, thank you for being with us this morning. We will catch up with you later on today. Shai's going to hang out with me for a second, but in the meantime, we're going to do a really quick edge report. All right, let's take a look at the S&P daily candle chart here. This is the futures chart, of course. And I was talking about this midpoint here. This is a benchmark candle. We saw this on June 6th. It's a textbook benchmark candle. It's the biggest candle around, and it was a trend changer for a while, right? It's a very large candle. And the midpoint of that candle, or the piercing line of that candle, is 74.95. And that's kind of been resistance turned into support over time. Now we just blew through it to the downside. And you see the same phenomenon in NASDAQ, by the way. This is really super bullish right now when I see stuff like this. We're below that +1 upper standard deviation band on my anchored VWAP right now, and we're driving down. So I'm going to add a fib line a little bit later if this thing gets a little bit worse. But from an anchored fib point of view, we're about 23.6%. So again, hair's not on fire, but not looking really good. Next area of support is this swing low we saw down here on May 19th. In May 20th, it's 73.54. So there's a kind of a bigger target below that, and then even below that, even further, we have a 72.47 target. So this is looking pretty heavy. RSI is starting to slope down on the daily. The last couple of days, we're down at 47 right now, long way from 30, so nothing to worry about. And we just crushed a whole bunch of areas of interest here on the intraday chart. Here's that Asian initial balance. We talked about it yesterday. Salma talks about it. I'm going to talk about it some more. And we kind of went sideways, though, for a while, which was unique. And then, boom, we really started selling off around 10 o'clock last night, Eastern time. And it was a steady sell-off. It was a very, very steady, organized sell-off on the way down. The London IB kind of slowed its roll here. It's pretty much the low of the session, 74.21 3/4. We're forming the volume profile is kind of wonky here, but we're kind of forming a kind of nice value area right now with the point of control. Right now is relatively dominant at 74.34. On the downside, there's a couple more targets to consider. There's that 7,400 put support, which we mentioned a couple minutes ago, which it's just pretty important. And then there's that S3 level at 73.7850. It's rare you get to S3, but you could. And today we're at a high percentage we're well over 100% of our 34-day average range. On the upside here, we have the session VWAP. That's that white line here that we still have to conquer to get traction to the upside. It has some potential here, but right now that's a pretty nice guide, and we have a pretty decent distance from that. JAX1 is at 7,500. That's the biggest gamma level that we're tracking right now, and S1 is right above that, part of that daily pivot study at 7,503. So a couple of areas of interest right there, right next to each other. And given the volatility, you could even say, well, previous session's lows at 73.13. You could clump that up as well as kind of a range here of resistance on the upside. Above that, should we catch a bid, 0DT put support is pretty much right smack dab, right where that Globex close was last night, 75.40. And then we have a pivot above that, and then a JAX2 level above that. Let's just look at Treasury bonds really quickly here. There's the 30-year Treasury bond. And let me update my screen here for a second and open this up a little bit more. Nice point of control right now at 112.28. We saw the London initial balance was the high of the session at 113 even, and that corresponds with that high vol level. It's kind of where gamma changes right now, and we're kind of below that as well. So negative gamma situation going on right now on the Treasury bonds. R1 is right above that at 01, couple areas of interest, and above that, there's a couple more targets as well. On the downside, should this thing continue to stay below that session VWAP, which is where we're at right now, we do have the Globex close at 20, 112.20, and then that 0DT put support is lined up with previous session's lows, two areas of interest right there, 112 and 16:30 seconds. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to Tracy. Shy.
Hey there. Yes.
We have some guests today, man.
Yeah, we got a good lineup for today.
Yeah, let's talk about that. We're kicking this off right in a couple seconds here with George Noble, and we'll introduce George in a second. TTrades is going to be doing Tape Talk with us. That segment is sponsored by the CME Group. We have Stowe and Christian trading boxes. They're also going to be kicking us off to trade the open. They'll be joined by Jack and Nick. And then this afternoon, Leo, Selma, and XYZ. So we have a full group here. It's going to be awesome today. Tracy, tell us about our special guest today.
All right. We have George Noble. He's founder of the Noble Update. He is a former Fidelity fund manager, longtime hedge fund portfolio manager, used to work with Peter Lynch. So we're going to talk to him about what's going on in the markets today.
Very awesome. Let's bring George in. George, good morning. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure. I've been listening in the last few minutes. Really impressed with what you guys do. I've known Craig for a good while, and Tracy, I follow you as well, so it's an honor to be here.
Thanks, George. Yeah, no, I'm lucky to get to work with people way smarter than me. I can just ask questions and learn as I go. So it's a good gig for me. Let me kick off right now. I woke up. It seems risk off across the board. I didn't jump out the window yet, but are we seeing the start of something big here, or just a regular day in the markets?
I tend to be a little bit more longer term, I think. I think you guys are much better at the short run than I am. I am reminded, though, of the saying, I think it came from Andrew Smithers, if you're going to panic, panic early. You know, one thing that strikes me, all of us, we've seen things in the last few months, last few years we've never seen before. And I just observed that the extreme moves, the lack of mean reversion, extension beyond trends, 1, 2, 3 standard deviations of bond moving averages. It's like what I would like to call, it's not normal. It's just not normal. And and my crystal ball is no better than anybody else's, but I would encourage people to think about one thing. Don't forget this. We all were happy when things were gapping to the upside, much more rapidly, much further than anyone could have imagined. And everyone's convinced that they can do the Chuck Prince shuffle. Stay by the exit. Don't worry, I'll get out before you do, Jim. And last one out's a rotten egg, and we'll beat Tracy out the door, so don't worry, okay? I would just say to you, with all the leverage and the zero DTE and the ETFs, all the stuff you were talking about, okay, the car also does run in reverse. So what I think is a good I'm not predicting this, but don't be surprised if you see an ETF falling 30% in one day. You see gaps that would just like, what? And I'll be like, well, wait a second. On the way up, you weren't complaining because we're all drunk on making money. So I just think there's an extreme amount of risk in this market. I think I was on a podcast recently. I think I entitled it, "There's little margin for error." Imagine you walk at the top of a mountain ridge. If you're on a really wide trail and you have tree cover, no problem. If you're on a narrow trail, 10, 20 feet wide, and there's no guardrails and a gust of wind comes along, boom. And I think I'll land this plane. I think you guys all appreciate the fact there's so much momentum, trend following money out there. You see all these forecasts from Goldman Sachs and the rest, if the market goes up this amount, the trend followers have to buy this, the CTAs have to buy that, and blah, 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 and vice versa. What happens if it goes down? And I don't know what's gotten in the markets here right now, but I would be afraid, very afraid. I think we're focusing on the what, which is price. If we look at the why, we can get into that, technology and AI. I think this is a major train wreck in process right now.
And now that you talk about the AI trade, obviously that's the trade that everybody's been chasing, and that's we're going to save the world, and we've got to get there first before China. And you have all of these companies that actually, had money now issuing corporate debt to fund these projects. Companies that were cash rich before. Is that just one of the warning signs? What are your thoughts on that situation in specifically the tech sector?
Thanks, Tracy. I think AI is the biggest bubble the world has ever seen. As they say on X, I'm old enough to remember when. I got the gray hair, at least I got some hair. I've been doing this since 1981. I lived through the Japanese crash, dot bomb, the GFC, the whole deal. I'd like to cite the work of Julian Guerin of Macro Strategy Partners in the UK. He's tried to quantify it. He thinks the amount of malinvestment is 17 times, 17 times what we saw during dot bomb. Companies are running to invest. I was at a conference a couple of weeks ago. I will not mention the name of the conference in order to keep those folks in the Federal Witness Protection Program. But I was absolutely appalled. They're all, you got to own it, we got to do this, we got to do that. It says who? And it's kind of funny. You start asking simple questions. I do my Columbo routine. It's like, well, tell me about the cash flows. Tell me about the return on investment. Tell me about tell me where the return's going to be. Crickets. And so, this is not .com. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. But in a very fundamental way, this is far worse than .com. And the reason I say that is the amount of capital intensity that's occurring, the trillions of dollars of malinvestment that's occurring with no apparent payoff, in my opinion. So I think this is an unmitigated disaster. I think it's only fitting. Who was it? Was it Warren Buffett? I think once said, "What the wise man does in the beginning, the fool does in the end." Tech has taken over the indices. I heard one of your earlier guests talking about how tech, I think, is tech correlated. Tech related is 40% of the index. I saw something the other day which suggested that it was almost like 60% doesn't matter. I think this is going to be an epic disaster. I think it's going to drag the indices down with them. And coming on to your earlier comments and discussion, a very interesting discussion about bonds. You don't want bonds to do well. In my opinion, the most likely way that bonds will do well is because we have an epic fallout in risk assets. But then we get into a whole discussion. It's a question of, it's not a question of prediction, it's a question of path. How do we get there? I ultimately, as I believe, Tracy, you are, I'm bullish on the commodities complex. I'm bullish on gold, but it's a sequencing issue. And so, you look at the budget deficit now, getting on to $2.5 trillion for this year. Was estimated to be $2 trillion at the turn of the year. You have surging fiscal deficits, sticky inflation, oil price. Story's not over; it's just getting started. So I think there are good reasons to expect bond yields to go higher, not lower. That, of course, might be interrupted by a big market crash. But the big story, absent that, the big story for me has been the rising cost of capital. That yields are been going up. The U.S. bond market, it's interesting. Yields during the war, which supposedly is over now, who the heck knows if it is, yields went up. That's not supposed to happen. Where are we at? 448 today, where we are on the 10-year. And the U.S. bond market, though, if you compare it to bond markets elsewhere, has been really well behaved. You look at JGB yields at 30-year highs.
Yeah.
European bond yields, similarly. And now you look at what's happening. I'm sure, as I said to somebody the other day, if I hear one more time someone talk about fiscal dominance, I'll put my fists through the wall. However, there's a news story in town. It comes from Jay Pulaski, formerly head of emerging market strategy and emerging markets. He rightly points out you've got CapEx dominance. In other words, forget about the governments for a second. In addition to that, you have companies. This has unleashed a huge boom, more and more spending, and actually Iran, I can recall when Jay first bounced this off of me. Iran's bullish for the world, for world growth. Why? It causes people to spend more. You want to shorten your supply chains. You want to build out your alternative energy capability. You want to refill your SPR. So the world is, as we go away from globalization, turn to deglobalization, it's bullish for investment. So you look at at demand for capital. We know about governments. We know about their irresponsible spending. We now add to that all the big capex that's coming from companies. I think it makes for a very unfavorable supply demand situation for bonds. And so beyond the usual, framework that we use to look at bonds, people think about growth, slowdown, inflation, disinflation. I think the demand side for funds, Tracy, you mentioned the capex coming from the hyperscalers. Let's not lose sight of the sources of incremental demand for capital that I just mentioned. So I've been bearish on bonds I can't keep track of it anymore. How long I've been bearish on bonds. I remain bearish on bonds. And the thing to consider, though, I'll land this plane, if we do get a wipeout in risk assets, I think the impact will be very significant on the real economy, only because the size of the market cap, the size of the equities relative to GDP is so high. There'll be a big impact on the economy, which in turn will cause a deficit to blow out even further. And so ultimately, I think what happens, this gets back to gold. There is a happy ending here, Tracy. The authorities are going to have to engage in some type of yield curve control. They're going to be the ones who have to buy the bonds. So again, it's a question of sequencing. I think gold's going much higher, but right here, right now, the trade du jour, yeah, risk assets are being sold. Anything that's not bolted down gets sold. So it depends on your time frame. I hope that helps. I hope I didn't confuse you.
George, how does inflation expectations and potential Fed hikes going forward here add fuel to the fire?
For sure. And Jim, great question. I just want to remind you what a fluid situation this is. At the turn of the year, you're old enough to remember when, in December of 25, it was a national parlor game. Who's got the most Fed cuts on their bingo card for 2026? I got more than you do. Tracy has more than I do. What happened to those guys? Where'd they go, right? Now, all of a sudden, Washington's hawkish. They're not going to be any rate cuts. They're going to cut rates. Da, 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 da. Price goes first, and then narrative follows. All right, and so, and I'm sorry to say this. It's bad form to to disrespect the dead, but I'm going to do it anyway. Alan Greenspan deserves special mention. All right, and the reason what's relevant about that, which is if you think you really understand what's going on here right now, you're not paying close enough attention. All right. There's so many moving parts. All right. But I have to put in the plug against Alan Greenspan. No one has done more to destroy the United States of America. No president, nobody than Alan Greenspan. He's the one who started off all the money printing and all the nonsense, only to be outdone by Ben Bernanke and all the others, Janet Yellen. They're all a disaster. But singularly, Alan Greenspan, 1998, long-term capital, that's where it all started. And so I've not read the press, and I know I'm going to get barbs. Oh, it's terrible. George was disrespecting the dead. Well, lest anyone tries to laud this guy, he's a putz accountant who did more to destroy this country and promote the inequality of wealth than anybody else in history. So I had to get that off my chest. Sorry about that.
Oh, tell us how you really feel about it.
All right. Well, let's. We got a couple of minutes left. Let's end this on the happy note. So, aside from gold, it seems to me that commodities would be where you would want to be at, considering if we have all this data center build out, because they're going to need all of these raw materials. Where are you looking specifically in the commodities world for the future, for the next however long?
Thank you, Tracy. I think we're pretty much aligned in our worldview. I just want to it's helpful to talk about one a little bit different. So specifically on the commodities, I was bullish on oil before Hormuz. I turned bullish on energy last December. Underinvestment, surging global consumption, blah, 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 blah. The whole Hormuz thing was a distraction. I note that I think, and Jim, you're probably more on top of this data than I am. Commitment of traders, particularly amongst small speculators, the retail crowd, like record short crude, like hello. So, depending on the headline, the day of the week, prices up, prices down. I think energy goes higher. I think the next 10, $15 in crude is up. More importantly, I'm mostly an equity guy, although I look at both the macro, the technicals, and the micro. I like certain energy stocks. I like energy services tremendously. Offshore is going to have to be a lot more need for investing. Gold I like immensely. However, I think gold miners in particular are attractive. I'll just give one example, SSRM. 25% of the market cap in $6 billion market cap, 25% of the market cap in cash, buying back stock, 7 times, wait for it, not EBITDA, not cash flow, 7 times earnings. It's selling at half the valuation of similar companies. Part of that disconnect is because they sold their Turkish asset, the big Turkish asset recently, and it was heavily penalized because it had Turkish exposure, and now it's pretty much all North America. So I like gold miners. I think the gold miners can do incredibly well, even in a flat gold environment. If gold does half of what Tracy and I think it will do, I think these stocks could double or triple from here. So I like the gold miners. Silver I like, copper, tremendous. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot of dispersion, what I really like. And again, there's always a temptation to try to attach meaning to a given movement on a given day, a given week. It doesn't work that way. I tend to look out a little bit further. So my views have nothing to do with what's going to happen this week. If the prices go down, so be it. It's a great opportunity to buy more. And the last thing I'll say on this, I think there are fantastic opportunities, maybe the best opportunities I've ever seen in my career. Older than dirt, 45 years on the short side in equities. I think semis, I think Mag 7, I think consumer stocks, you can take Fresh Pet and Kava and all that garbage and throw it out the window. The consumer's getting absolutely obliterated. So if you ask me, what really stands out, you have this tremendous dispersion. You have the Mag 7 and then other related tech names vis-a-vis the 493. What really stands out, the nail that's begging to be slammed down, are these crazy tech stocks. And right now it's like, oh, well, they went up, they keep going up. You're an idiot. My clock keeps going up. You just watch when the trapdoor opens and just wait till those levered ETFs have to blow that stuff out. This is going to be epic.
Oh my
So
goodness.
a lot to do. I like my resource stocks. I'll hedge them by being short consumer discretionary and tech. And I think it's a very high alpha trade that'll do well whether the market's going up or down. Not every day, not every week. Check back with me at the end of the year and let's see how that worked out.
George, we would love to check back with you. It was a pleasure meeting you. We appreciate you spending time early in the morning with us. Everybody follow George on X. GNoble79 is his handle. Thanks again, George. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Jim. Pleasure being here.
Yeah, I mean he's a real deal, man.
Like old time, yeah.
I know. I love it. I'm
Great
relating,
guest.
man. I know. I got my 45 years in too, and I'm like, all right, I can relate to this dude. Anyway, man, oh man.
All right.
What else do we have to do? Are we good? Are we good? I think
So,
we're good.
I think we're good. I think people are clamoring for TTrades, so I'll let.
Well,
you take
before we
that
do
away.
that, before you go, real quick, I just want to remind everybody, don't forget Thursday, 4 to 5 p.m. East Coast time, another Develop Your Edge segment, this time with Jack Gleason. Look at this good-looking guy. Young Jack Gleason, how to master position sizing with ATR. You could go ahead and see that link actually in the channel right now and set it's not a reminder. It's like a reminder. I forget what I'm supposed to call it, but set that reminder and pop in. And these are really awesome segments to Develop Your Edge. All right, Shai, thank you so much. Great morning so far. We're going to hop into Tape Talk with the one and only TTrade.
How's it going, Jim?
Good, man. Good. Oh, running a couple minutes behind schedule, but that's okay. We're not in any hurry. Man, woke up this morning to a bloodbath in the equity world.
Yeah, I still have my longs from a while ago, so that was a nice check of the portfolio.
Yeah. A lot of people are probably in that boat, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but let's get into some everything. What do you want to
Okay.
start with?
You go, man. You set the
Well,
agenda. I'll
Jim,
do my
I know
best to
you for
follow.
the Bitcoin, so we'll start there, even though
Yeah.
I rarely watch it. But we'll zoom out a little and take a look. Let me just add one thing on here. So we had a nice monthly reversal. And then we have that new month, June, expand into this low. And since we're bearish on the month, I just expect this to continue, right? So taking a look at this, I'm not seeing a big reversal here. This is a very slow move up. Bitcoin sometimes does make that slow move up, but then it starts to get, some momentum. So when we have this reversal right here, right back, I'm looking for this to get a continuation back into new monthly lows towards the, this week, next week, just into July. I'd like to see this close lower. So back into the 60K mark, somewhere around there on Bitcoin.
Got it. By the way, real quickly, I forgot to mention this segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. And thank you, CME, for these great markets that we're all trading.
Yeah. So let's go. I guess we'll start with the fun ones, the indices. So I was personally looking for indices to go trade up into these highs. I wanted to see it take out the highs before, some sort of new move. But we left that high, we left that high, so a bit annoying. I'm going to be looking at this low, and this is going to kind of tell me what is up for the rest of the week. I'm looking for price to reach into this low. That's right around 29,519 on the continuous contract. And if we get a nice reaction there, then we can look back towards the highs. Otherwise, if we fall through that area, looking back towards the range low, right around the 500 mark. So really, it's just a reaction game for me. I'm not super interested in today because if you notice, we do have this reversal day yesterday, but we've already expanded so far, around 1,000 points, where that's just unfavorable for me to continue to look for continuations, and I have no interest in the upside currently onto today. So just looking for price to reach into that area there. Now, a few questions about SPY in the chat. So SPY, it is the ETF tracking with ES, so I tend to just look at ES and translate that over to SPY. But it's kind of the same thing. But even with this, I would favor to just use NASDAQ as my meter, let's say, for looking at SPY. So for me, unless I'm bearish and looking for a continuation, I'm going to avoid today, and then I can look for tomorrow if we are going to get anything bullish. That's just how I trade. This is an expansion candle. I'd expect it to close into the lows. And so if we are going to have anything bullish, it would be tomorrow for me, a sweep of previous day low, and then a move back higher. So not much for me to do today. We can take a look at SPY, but that will be just a gap down, right? So
Yeah.
similar spots. So just tracking that. I prefer the futures if looking for ETF plays. And then YM, it's holding up. It's the strongest. NQ is the weakest. So just taking a look at that. Let's go hop over into gold. Similar thing, right? We're bearish on the month. Gold, we get this retracement. This is telling me continuation towards this low. So just looking for a new low of the month. Now, if we zoom out a little bit on gold, this is an area where, if we do get some bullish price action on the lower time frames, this is where I do favor looking for longs because I like to look for longs below lows and look for shorts above highs. That's just how I prefer to trade. So I would be looking for price to reach into this low. And then if we are going to get some sort of bullish setup, looking for it at that low.
So real quick, T, what if we don't get a bullish setup at those lows? I mean, we have 4,100 and focus, then we have
Yeah.
4,000 next.
Yeah. So, I mean, with that, I always just zoom out, tend to go to the monthly chart, and you can just take out these monthly lows, right? So we already took out that one. Here's our next one. You can mark out this one. That's just the easiest way to get targets on a higher time frame is just look at the monthly chart, find those previous lows, and you can mark that out. So, we have that previous month's low there that lines up. And then like you were saying down here, we could see that. For me, I usually take it day by day. I just use the information coming in. So, if we hit this low and we fail to form a bullish reversal, then I'm just looking for that to continue. And so that's kind of oil. With the bank holiday on Friday, the daily chart looks a little bit different. But right here, I would favor a move back up into the range. My eye is getting caught with this little gap in here, but I'm not trying to long anything until we get something that is telling me it's bullish. So if we get some sort of low formed in here, right, if let's say today was to form this low, what would I need? I would just need new higher lows and higher highs, right? So if we get some bullish structure, then I can start to look for a move back higher. But other than that, there's not a whole lot today. We've already moved quite a bit, so it's more
Yeah, but
of
we do
what
have that
today closed.
wartime gap down around 69.32 or something like that.
Yeah,
That still has not been filled.
yeah. I'm just viewing oil as a range right here. So,
Okay.
just seeing, if we get anything bullish, this would be kind of the last chance for it. If we fail to form anything bullish here, then I'm just looking for it back to that 67 mark. So really just looking for highs and lows on the daily chart, looking to see if we form reactions around that. And if we do, we can look to trade that, or you can trade the failure to form a reaction, right? So if we don't form a bullish reaction, it's bearish. So that's kind of what it would be gold. And I see a few people looking at gold and silver correlation. I don't know your specific question on it, so you'd have to define on your question, and I can answer that. But dollar, we did get that breakout to the upside. Once again, expansion candle, can look for it to continue towards its month end and close there. So,
Do
it
you have
could
longer? Do
possibly
you have
reach.
longer term targets for the dollar there?
Yeah, so it would just be like I said, these highs or lows. So
Yeah.
dollar would be 101,513
Okay.
for that'd probably be like a week, 2 week out target towards the month end or right at the start of July, right? Because my thoughts are if this trend continues, it can hit it. If it kind of consolidates, right? And if we're going to reverse, then I want to see price hit it in July to reverse. So longer term, still bullish on dollar, but I don't watch Forex as much. A few people asking about copper, so we can check that out. I know we're running. Oh, we actually have a few minutes, so we're
Yeah,
good.
we're good.
Yeah, so copper, you know, once again, we're just in a range here on copper. We spoke about this previously. I can't remember exactly. Um, Actually, I do remember what we were talking about. We were saying if we were going to get a move towards this range high, right, we would want to see a swing low forming here and then bullish price action here. You can see it failed to form that, which then if this is failing, then it takes back out that low I'm trading away from. So kind of the same idea here. We could reach into this low around 6.09, but do we form a low in this area to trade back up there, right? It's just basically a range trade. So just
Yeah.
looking to see if we form a low there, right? And my whole strategy is find a point of interest on this daily chart, then go to the 4 hour, the 1 hour, and wait for that bullish structure to form and then trade a continuation. So that's really all it is. It's quite simple.
Yeah. I
So
like it.
that's copper. What else is people saying in
Let's
chat?
do. Let's take a look at the yen. I think you might have the yen up there, just out of curiosity. I know it's in free fall mode right now.
Yeah, I mean, yen's been doing that for what, last year?
Yeah.
So not too much there, but yeah, I would say this is bearish on the month, and that's why my indicator here prints this bearish or this gray box here is because
Hmm.
it shows the previous month's reversed, right? So this month right here formed a reversal on a higher time frame. So then you can look for this month to form a continuation. So you can look for trades short in this area. This isn't really the structure I prefer to trade. It seems like if you want to get in on something like this, you're not really trading it intraday. You're trading from the higher time frame because it seems a bit choppy intraday. But yeah, that it would be bearish for me. And once again, if this is a bearish expansion candle, I'm just looking for this to continue towards the month end, right? So towards the start of the new month.
Yeah.
So bearish
Yeah.
until then, and then we can see the reaction at previous month's low.
Yeah. While we're on currencies, let's take a look
Mhm.
at the British pound. I mean, we're having all sorts of political chaos going on with, I don't know, the ninth prime minister in 6 years, or I'm sure that's not totally accurate, but you guys get the gist.
Yeah, so I mean you saw my marking on the chart there. There was a range. I was talking about it, bearish into here. We clearly, and this is what I talk about, reactions at a low. If you go take a look at this reaction on the low, this isn't much of a bullish reaction, right? You go to the lower time frame. That's not bullish. Let me zoom in here for you guys. This isn't a bullish reaction. So they can favor a continuation. And so with this, I would just be favoring a continuation into what? Our monthly targets. So you can see it marks it up on the chart here. This April low, this March low, those are lined up pretty well. So I would just be looking for pound to get a continuation into there. And that also lines up with the ball or the dollar's idea of trading up into that high, right? So those do look good. We can see euro. Euro is actually a lot weaker. So I would favor euro USD over GBP. You can see these are the lows we're looking at for pound, and euro's already taken them out. It's a good sign if you're looking for an asset to go trade into a low while the correlated asset is already pushing through that low. So that usually gives me more confidence in the fact that I'd want to see pound into these monthly lows.
Got it. Um, Based on all the markets we talked about today, what's the most promising for you from a trading point of view?
I mean, I prefer to focus on indices. It's not that amazing. I would have to check intraday. I feel like gold may have another run at a low, but usually when I come into the morning and I see, a range looking like this on the Nasdaq, it's like I can either look to try to trade this continuation into this low, which yeah, 200 points is a lot, but we've already traded, 1,000. So this is where I could get caught up in some consolidation or a mean reversion or some sort of reversal. So usually on a day like this, I just go do something else with my life other than trade because I like to trade the expansion, not after the expansion. That's where I would normally take losses. So there's nothing super interesting to me today, and that's why I'd probably wait for tomorrow and news events.
Yeah, a lot of folks are going to try to pick bottoms, which is not a good idea.
Yeah, I'm a not bottom trader or a top trader. I just am a midway trader where I let the low form. Let's say we were to form a low, then I trade. I don't really ever catch the high or the low of something.
Awesome, man. Great segment. Appreciate you as usual. You are the best. Looking forward to talking to you next week. In the meantime, have a great week, man.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank
See ya.
you. All right, it is time to trade the open. We have Stowe and Christian with us today, kicking things off. Good morning, guys.
Hey, morning. Morning, Jim. Hey, Chris.
Hey fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Pretty good. Good seeing you guys.
Good to see you
Today's
too,
going to be a
man.
very interesting day. We saw a lot of fireworks overnight. Anyone trading overnight? You guys weren't trading overnight, right?
No.
No, I needed my rest to trade today.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
All
6
right.
a.m. right now in Chris' world.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe he didn't go to bed though. He could have just kept going, man.
Well, you know what? I do trade the Asia market now for the IB strategy, but it didn't produce.
No.
My trend filter rules were not met, so I didn't trade last night.
So
Okay.
that's it. Let's follow up on that for a second, Chris, because I was, I was talking to Selma about this last week and a half or so, because she looks at it, and I started looking at it, and I think in a lot of markets there's a really good trade with that IB breakout after the Asian initial balance, and a lot of times that IB breakout lasts the whole night long. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but it's encouraging that you're looking at that, and how often are you paying attention to that?
Well, I'm trading it nightly now.
Okay.
The back testing results were great, and they were too good to ignore and not allocate capital towards. And plus, it doesn't take that long, right? If the rules are met, then I look to trade, and if not, I can just I skip that night.
And for you, it's like 4 in the afternoon or something.
Yeah, I was going to say that's cheating. That's afternoonly.
It's still I don't want to be on the computer from 5:30 in the morning until 8 at night.
That's
So,
fair. That's fair.
Yeah, you got to have a little bit of a life. In any event. All right, let's go around the horn here, see what you guys are thinking today. Stowe, what are you thinking for this morning?
Well, ES is grinding into its lower monthly cloud, so this really looks like garbage below 74.35. I don't want to buy it. But NQ still has a ways to go before it gets to its other side of value. This is that same stuff I talked about on my edge thing.
Develop your edge. Actually, it's on
Yes.
it's on the channel, guys. You can go back and watch the recording. It
Thank
was
you,
an
Jim.
excellent episode. Thank you, Stowe.
Yeah, so we can't get into the top. We can't get into trend. This is market imbalance. We've made it all the way down. I mean, we did it all in one night, so that's fun. This is typically when something finally sells off. This is what it looks like. It's just piss missile down. So I'll look for reaction at like 455, somewhere down here. Also matches up with these highs, and we could go run these stops. That all makes sense to me. Other than that, I'm not looking to buy anything today.
Yeah.
Yeah, all my stuff's conflicting. I'm going to be really careful. Just see what the day develops. Basic mode. That's my plan.
Awesome. Christian, what do you see setting up here?
yeah. So let me share my plan here. We were in this multi. Oh, I don't want to show that. We were in this multi 4-hour multi-day wedge, and so we broke down from that last night after seeing a failed breakout yesterday during the day. And for NQ specifically, we're now pulling back into this big daily bull bear zone, meaning bullish above, bearish below. So we're right into that area. We're also slightly below the daily 9MA. So if we do not hold here, then we can see a move lower into the 460 zones, or the probably one of the strongest zones we've traded around, this 29,060 to 130. But if we do hold here and then reclaim this 820 zones, we can look for a bounce. But it is strong selling pressure, a big change in character. I swing trade it, and the semis, the AI world is taking a big hit. So I am wondering if we're going to see a little bit more of that continue in the first maybe 2 hours, and then move lower. If so, I will be looking to participate in more of that selling.
Very awesome. And I do want to remind everybody also, Christian did Develop Your Edge a couple weeks ago. It's also on the channel, and it's also a very, very educational, outstanding hour. So don't hop in there if you get a chance. In any event, having said that, guys, you're the best. I'm looking forward to watching you guys trade today. And I'm going to dip in the chat and keep an eye on things.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks, homie.
Take care, Jim.
But
well, good morning, sir.
Hello, hello.
This is fun. I guess to trade with you on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
This is the most mustache I can grow. So I don't know.
Hey, that's more than me.
I don't want to disappoint you, but I did try.
As long as you don't look that like a scary. Well, Mary looks like multiple different people throughout different faces of the beard. So.
Good morning, chat.
Yeah. Good morning.
Who are we looking at? We got 800.
We can have some fun
folks in here
now that Merritt's not around.
Good morning. Good morning.
How's everybody doing over there?
They have not been making this. This month just gets more and more complicated to me. It's like I don't know. I've never had a June this bad, where I'm just like, I'm all over the place. So much more cautious today. Man, I can't believe they just cliff dove off of that middle of balance like this. Impressive. Oh, nice. Good. Everybody's getting the vibe check stuff going today. Good job, Certos. That is a good question, Chris. What's the time frame for the Asia IB? Is it just the first hour of Globex trading?
It's when I believe it's Korea open. So 8 to 9. The IB is 8 to 9 Eastern.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm looking to trade after 9 p.m., 6 p.m. my time. And similar to the IB strat that I show here for the New York Open, for some reason, it works very well. And I never looked at nighttime markets, but it works really well. So I couldn't skip it. Like the back tested the 6 months of this for the Asia. It's up 160% on a $25,000 balance. So I can't ignore that.
Yep. Okay. Korea's at 8. So that's what happens at 8, huh? All right. Because something always does happen at 8 o'clock. It's typically like big context shift right there.
Yeah. Cool. What happened? And then the high last night of the IB high was the back test of the breakdown. So the IB opened, we put in a low, we bounced to back test. Like, I don't know if you were looking at it, but ES back tested the 75-40 zone that we were like sort of dancing around.
Yeah.
And then Cube was like a deep back test of that consolidation that we put in Monday. We were like just consolidating all day yesterday.
Yes,
We
that was
backtested it
terrible.
one last time, and then from there we just broke lower. And it would have been a fantastic short, but the rules say I can only go long if we're above the daily 9 SMA. So
Okay.
there'll be times where, you know, you see this drop and I can't participate in it. And that's fine with me, because you can imagine, you know, 8 out of 10 times shorting in an uptrend's not going to work. So I don't mind missing these drops just because I know, you know, it just these type of moves don't work in the long term. But I mean, what a drop, right?
Yeah. I think it's funny, like the I don't maybe this is anecdotal, but I feel like the outlier days, the outlier situations are the most impressive looking and induce the most FOMO.
Yeah.
You're like, oh man, that would have been great. But yeah, it's got a 10% chance of working out. But boy, it looks good. You
Yeah.
too could have grabbed 100 Globex points. Yeah, not really.
So maybe we do have MU earnings, I believe, tomorrow. So maybe
Okay.
there's a slight bounce tomorrow, but pretty big drop already. We'll see. Which way are you leaning?
Down, I guess. I mean, below 74.35. ES is in downtrend. I want to see. I'm more interested in NQ, but I'm not really interested in it for another, I don't know, 150 points, 200 points.
You're saying like if we go 200 points lower, you're no longer interested in shorts?
Yeah, that's where I would look for it to end,
I
is
see.
around like 455. I'm not very good at being short. If there's some sort of like setup that slaps me in the face and I can get in, that sounds good. But this thing could just as easily reverse very hard, because I mean we are in an uptrend ish. I mean we're in a balance for the last month or so, but we're at the bottom of the balance in NQ. So that's
Let me ask you this. Do you
yes.
apply a trend filter, like a higher time frame trend filter to guide your directional trades?
Yeah, I mean, it's just whichever. It's just my monthly versus weekly view op read. So right now, the trend filter on ES, so the weekly, we are way below previous week's balance. And the current week, which is developing, I don't really start to use it until like the middle of the day on Tuesday, but it's pointing straight down. So weekly, very bearish. And now on the month, which is well developed as we get into the end of the month, we're now in the bottom half of we are below one standard deviation on the monthly. So that is bearish trend on the monthly. So I can't, when this stuff
On
is
the monthly, interesting.
yeah, on the monthly view up band. So
Wait,
anything
question
down
on-
here in the purple guy, that's now pushing beyond. Instead of looking for mean reversion trades, once we get further from one standard deviation, I consider this to be trend. It's like, you know, sometimes RSI will just like sit there and be hot forever. That's kind of how I view the VWAP band standard deviations. So this keeps me out of trouble, keeps me from picking lows until we are out of this area. Now, if we explode out of 35 on ES and we start to make moves higher on the day, then monthly becomes neutral and I can look for a higher time frame retracement.
Okay, question so I can learn.
Sure.
The purple band, you're saying that's the monthly band?
Yeah.
Or how do you, because this isn't a monthly chart, right? So what do you mean by monthly?
So this is it goes all the way back here.
From where it starts?
Yes.
Oh, from the beginning of the month. Oh,
right.
That's, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. So it's anchored to the monthly open. And I wait for 7 to 9 days before it becomes usable. For those days, I use the previous month closes of their standard deviations and VWAP itself. So after 7 to 9 days, it becomes usable, and then like in here, we can kind of see. I don't know. We're not coming up on the. We still got 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So this is just how I read it in June. And then I don't know if you can see it, but the gray one on the inside, this is the weekly. So I have the week and the month overlapping each other, and I read them both in context together. When they're conflicting, it makes for a difficult trade, which is why I've been getting chewed up all month. But this is all trend down while we're stuck in here. Big monthly trend down, and then once we reclaim it, June 10th, June 11th in here. Then the mission is to get to the other side of balance.
So at that point, you're saying monthly is now bullish.
Monthly
or balanced.
Yeah, these are there's 3 categories. So bearish trend, well, there's 4. Bearish trend, bearish neutral is below monthly VWAP, bullish neutral, and then bullish when you're in bullish trend when you're in the upper band. When it's flat, also I look at the slope of the VWAP bands. When both bands are flat, that's just pretty much neutral between 1 and 2. So in here, it's not really any different bearish neutral and bullish neutral. This is just pure bracket balance. When you see them, like if we go back to May, when the thing has a slope to one side or the other, it's usually up because the market goes up.
Yeah.
When the thing has a slope, then that gives me a little more confidence to call this bullish neutral between the VWAP itself and the +1. But
I like those bands. When we're into like the lows of the band or the highs of the bands, those are acting as support and resistance, right? So you're able to, even though, I mean, obviously I wouldn't, maybe you do, but even though we may be near all-time highs, you can still notice that resistance up there and failure, there's failure to have follow through once it tested that upper band.
Yep.
And then rejection. So now I get what you're saying. When 200 points lower, now we're entering that bottom band. You're like, okay, well, buyers can step in there now.
Yep. And it's all, so I look at monthly, weekly, and then I take that little bias and then I use it on the day, and I'm using the RTH VWAP band in the same way to decide intraday trend, intra-rotation trend, intra-rotation balance, that sort of stuff. So
I get
it's just a little focus lens for me. But yeah, I mean, the shit works. I don't know. I don't know why. I have no idea why. There might be a robot program that is that likes standard deviations.
Can you show me June 10th?
Yeah.
June 10th, June 11th. Oh, that's right. That's right there.
Yep.
So was that band already there by the time price was reaching that level?
Yeah. So this, so in here, this is the gray guy. So this is weekly. And then this was actually a good continuation. You can see the weekly VWAP and VWAP band is pointing, it's sloping a little down. They don't get as hardcore as the intraday ones. Intraday, you can get a 45-degree angle, really see the slope. But we are in the purple cloud. So this is bearish on the monthly while we're down in here. And then retest weekly VWAP itself, which is also around the top of the lower band, and then continues set. So this was good alignment on both weekly and monthly trend right here.
Would you say that a move below the band can if there's no acceptance can lead to a failed breakdown and then a big reversal back to the other side of the band?
So it's possible. I don't mess around because this is just a personal thing. This is a personal rule. I don't mess around with counter trend trades when we're in the trending VWAP. So when you get
Okay.
to, in fact, I look at well, intraday is probably a little better to show that. But anytime we get outside of the second standard deviation, I am rarely in a trade. That's usually where I'm taking off my position. If I'm short and we get to the -2, then that's usually where I'm done. Or I at least just leave one runner, and then I'll plan to add back in at the -1. But anything beyond -2 is just too extreme. It's too dumb to chase, and it's also too scary to try to pick a bottom out of, because I don't know, that's how you die.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's just personal rule. Because I don't know if you've ever watched me trade, but I really like to click the buttons. So I have a lot of those. I have a lot of those personal rules to keep me.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the class here, for the lesson for me.
Sure. Yes, I like talking about the VWAP. VWAP, Jim.
Mia, M-E. I can never spell your name right.
I know.
M-E,
Actually, I
Mia.
want to know too. How do you give us the spelling of that? Because you talk to me all the time too.
But yes, my trends filter is the daily 9 SMA. Is there a range chop filter? I mean, I feel like hopefully over time it becomes pretty easy to see where it can be range or choppy. So I don't need a filter for that. When, something simple is whenever we're dancing around the 9 SMA on any time frame, it's chop. So if you look at the daily, we're in a big old range in NQ, right? From 28,000, let's say, to 30,800. And on the weekly, all we're doing is dancing around the weekly 9 SMA. On the daily, we're breaking below the daily 9 SMA now, so I can technically get bearish. But we're at if I show this daily chart, we're at the bull bear zone of this daily range. So I can't exactly get too bearish, because all we're doing is back testing the midpoint of this range that says, hey, if we're above it, we can go higher. If we're below it, we can go lower. And that means that as we're testing it, we need some acceptance here to know that we are not going to be bouncing and follow the screen scenario, which is also another trend filter for me. If we lose that, then I know that, and you guys see me talk about the 50 EMA wedges, I know that we can move down to seek a higher low against the weekly swing low and fill out that wedge, right? And that's all we're doing sort of on the daily here. Is we're just consolidating after seeing a pretty big 3-month move. And so if we lose the bull bear zone, then we're going to move lower to seek a higher low against the weekly low. So it's just, the daily 9 SMA is what I just focus on. Jacob, what type of IB trade is it? It's the same one that I trade on here. Is it a 50% expansion trade? It is not. I trade, if we're above the daily SMA, I trade bullish setups. If we're below it, I trade bearish setups. But we'll see how it triggers today, and then you guys can see me take it live again.
This is getting wild. Look at all this. Holy heck, Moses.
Yeah, Grumpy.
Wow. So yeah, I hate this. This looks terrible for my let's get out of 74.35. Go higher idea. Ugh, gross.
Are you only trading ES today?
Nah, I got NQ up too. I have a feeling that it's going to be fast enough that I don't need to trade NQ today. I think,
for sure.
I think ES is going to be plenty of time and space. I'm going to get a coffee before we got. Chris, do you need a coffee? Do you need anything?
Yeah. Just send it however you send it.
Give me that business stuff, Kevin or Austin or whoever's partying.
Oh, it's just you and I, guys. 273.90s. Ask your deepest questions. I'm here. Gotta finish my scenarios for. Yeah, Jacob, that's what I mean. It's the same as the NQIB trade for me. Thanks, Marcus. Thoughts on SMTs? I follow those. I trade them. If you notice at the June 11th low, there was a pretty big SMT. NQ had made a new low, NQ had made a higher low, and ES made a new low. And guess what? That ended up being the low before the bounce all the way up to 30,000, almost 31,000 in NQ. So do I prefer SMA or EMA? I prefer SMA for the 9 period and EMA for the 20 and the 50 period. Chris, how do you go about developing a trading system that fits you from morning prep to after the close? You develop it based on your objectives. What are you trying to do? What type of trader are you? What are your beliefs about the market? If you believe that the market will always go up, then maybe you're going to have a hard time shorting, right? So if that's a weakness, I rather myself focus on my strengths and say, okay, how can I execute better?
You talking about me directly right now? While I was gone, I'm back. You don't have to say my name out loud like that.
Who?
No, I just said you just said if your weakness is short, it's because you think the market always goes.
No, it's just because some people, some traders that you meet over time, some have a belief that the market is overvalued and all of these things, and how can the market be up so high?
Yeah,
and so they look to short. But and I've met a lot of people who've lost 6 and 7 figures, especially during the 2020 bounce when everybody thought, like I have real estate buddies who would be shorting the market because their real estate was just going down, or they were having difficulties with real estate. The market kept going higher.
Yep.
And it's just, it's definitely, your beliefs matter when you're creating a strategy to help you. Like, I believe the market always goes up. I believe that when we're above the daily filter that I follow, momentum is to the upside. And so 90% of my trades are longs. Sometimes I'll take a short, but if 90% of my trades are longs, that means that I'll miss a breakdown. And I'm okay with that.
It's funny, like I think so much, and you do it all the time because you're like, I remember I asked you when you trade all your stock stuff, are you still just purely technical? You're like, oh yeah, I'm just all technical everything. And I think that like when you get into just being a technical trader and you just set these are the rules, that's when you're able to divorce yourself from the like this is what the market should be doing. Like the market's not reality. It's pretty unrealistic a lot of the time. That real estate example is great. Like all your real estate dudes are like, well, my real estate's going to hell. The market should easily go to hell. I gotta short that thing, but the market can do literally whatever the hell it wants to all the time.
Yep.
It's not the economy. That's cool. I like that. Are we the most bullish? I don't know. Jack's pretty bullish all the time too.
It pays you more to be bullish.
Yeah.
Also, so it's also, think about it as we all say trading is a business, but if it's really a business, then as a business owner, you're allocating your resources to areas where you're going to make the most revenue.
But Chris, you're forgetting about internet clout. You get a lot less internet clout for being bullish. You get a lot more for being bearish.
Dude, those people have like 500,000 followers.
It's such an interesting critique on human nature that like the most doomy, negative, constant, the sky is falling people are the people with the most views and the people with that the algorithm rewards the best because that's what people want to look at. It's such an interesting social experiment.
See what we get today.
PMI today at 9:45. Thank you, Inferno. Thank you for the reminder. Chill guy. Chill guy, you remember my fake doomer Twitter account I made? That's funny. Good. I think I lost the password. Sadly. Oh, I should change my position tracker.
Yeah. I'm only down 2.7% on swing accounts, guys. So dollar-wise, it's a lot. Percentage, not so much.
Just close it. You don't have to look at it. Just close that thing until it bounces back. It's fine.
All right. Let's see what we get. See what I need to close.
Ugh. Yikes. Yikes. Seller. Big mad.
Man, these stocks got crushed. Okay, let's see. I have next support in NQ at, you said 450s? I see something there.
Yeah.
I have 360s to 380s.
It's 455 right now, but the monthly is going to move a little bit by the time we get down there. I assume it'll be around the same price, but I'll check it again as we get closer.
A little bit of a bounce here across stocks. Maybe NQ pushes up now. Semis are bouncing. Oh, we're gonna need a bigger bounce than that.
Boing.
I'm looking to short London high if we get up there. Prior week low. Let's see what happens.
It's really partying. I want to see if this seller is still right there. Missed it. Nope. See 35. Trying to lean on this 30. God, it's so fast.
Yeah, it was not. That's good. 7 4.5.
F minus. F minus.
SPY. Apple. Oh, come on. What is going on here?
Nope.
Only 50%.
Trying to get in it. 30.
Okay, I'll take that.
There we go.
All right, let's see. We're bouncing.
Yep.
Oh, you're in it.
Nah.
Get them paid.
No.
Oh, wait, you're short. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, God.
I just took a couple paper cuts. Trying to figure that out. But it's there's something, my execution with my hotkey is behind. It's moving too fast.
Just sitting tight. There's nothing for me here.
Yeah, just get, yep. Killing me.
We are extended. However, I'm still interested in shorting. Let's see how we act into if we can get a bounce into prior week low, maybe the 29,900, 930 area. If this is to really be a fell breakdown, then we should hold any potential backtest of the 680, 690s, form a little bit of acceptance, and then push out into 830s and then maybe prior week low.
No,
but if we
it's
don't,
there.
then we go make a new low.
Sad. I saw it. It just I just couldn't get in it. Yep, can't get them all apple butter. It's cool. We got time. I'm seeing if NQ doesn't bat. This is where NQ can start its trend down. If it gets into 665. But that looks like it's bouncing there.
A little bit range bound. Oh, ES is weaker.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, industrials and small caps are weak. Oh, industrial hit hard now. $9:45 news.
Kate, there's no way to know what the news is going to do. The only thing that it's going to do is it's going to get some sort of market reaction in a thin book. So right now there's only it's like the teens and the 20s on the ES limit order book, which is very thin for ES. There's also a lot of liquidity at 1625. So it's definitely doing some stuff right now. And when news comes out, a bunch of algos hit the tape. And on a thin book, that just makes it move quickly. It doesn't necessarily mean bullish or bearish. It just means fast. This means get out the way.
in that bounce. So we're seeing this blue scenario here that I drew out. We came down to back to that 680s level that I talked about, held, created a higher low, and now we can push out higher. So far support is holding for NQ. Yes, did it make a new low? No. So there was no S&T.
Yep.
But now we can push up into London high prior week low, where I'm interested in shorting on the first test.
Yeah, I'm
Apple's
gonna wait.
green.
I'm definitely gonna wait for the news. Looks like my 35 pivot was a little high. It's more like 33. Let's see if this seller can keep it in. Nope.
Okay, so far a good filled breakdown.
Thank you, Tracy. Also, good morning. Good morning, Tracy. This is also a 420 guy down here, so I don't know why I'm trying to fight against the meme. I guess all 420s need to be purchased, even the ones on ES.
Oh, ES is a little bit stronger now.
Held that 35.
Oh, do I not have SPY? That's great. Oh, no, I do. Thanks for doing well.
Matt. Yeah, me too. We're all thankful for Tracy every day. It's the truth. Yeah, this thing's ripping face now.
Come on, push. Oh, yes, it's moving.
Yeah.
Moving. Mags are green. This really affected most of the AI stuff. $30,000. So the 9 DMA is at 30,000. Oh, so far from that.
Yep. All right. Let's see what she does.
That's true, DA. He just wants that overnight high.
It would be weird if it took them both, but it can absolutely happen. Show me what you got. All right, great. Let's see.
Show me what you got.
Thank you. That's how I feel every time. I'm waiting for that news minute to tick by.
All right, news here.
All right. Not much.
The snoozer.
Good.
The SPY, I mean, ES is just moving. They're buying value.
All right. The first range target there at 48 is good. And hit.
Maybe there's a divergence up there at London High and NQ doesn't take it. Let's see.
This is an interesting delta volume profile on NQ right here. This is pretty odd not to see another side of this auction. Usually you see some red at the bottom, blue at the top to indicate passive selling and passive buying. There's really no passive seller up here. So either it's all evened out or no one's interested in buying anything that anybody has to sell up there. So I'm still on the swivel.
Is that all for NQ, really?
Right? We're kind of getting below. NQ's telling a much more interesting story right now. The selling is getting rewarded for now. I don't know. I'm not bearish, but I just don't know where the hell the buyers are at the top. They should be up here. So it's just odd. But ES could care less. It's just partying on. All right, they're starting to come in. Okay, cool. Woo!
There you go.
There they are. Okay. I was like, what in the world is going on right now? It was scaring me. There you go. There's your rippy mode. So was the analyst wrong or was the analyst right?
What did they say?
Average input prices, meanwhile, rose sharply. The rate of inflation dipping from May, but nonetheless, the third highest recorded since the start of 2023. So the analyst was really close. Congratulations, whoever that analyst is. We all know how I feel about them.
Hey, cats, welcome back. Good to see you. Stocks are bouncing.
People were looking for this. Okay. Cool.
I'm not down as much now, guys. The good day.
We watched. Okay, this is good. This is good. Chat, you got to watch Chris's port be the Undertaker meme in real life today together. We all got to watch that. So that's been fun. Don't count him out.
Oh, ES. Oh, ES wants prior week low.
Yeah, ES wants every bit of it now.
Wants all the smoke.
Yep. I mean, bro, we are still, good Lord, we're still 9,000 years from, I guess, 200 points or so from the 24-hour VWAP on NQ. So we got a ways to go. Man, the market's got jokes. This is hilarious. Omni, are you getting zero DTE puts again on a Tuesday? Have you not learned? Omni's got that bear amnesia. No, I don't hate it. It's fine. I'm just joking with my friend. What a gap. Maybe 30,091. We can get back to monthly VWAP. Trying to figure out where the 50 of that is. So on the higher time frame for ES, this is great. This is exactly what I want to see. Just see this 35 hold. We built this volume. Now we need to build some more. Build another little node, and then leave this baby down here. Previous week low 72. Cool. Cool. You're selling puts on SpaceX. Okay. Chris, were you which one did you say you wanted to short at London High, Chris? NQ or ES? NQ. Okay.
I haven't touched ES in, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months.
He doesn't want to slum it over here.
Four-hour is bouncing, has put in a low, seeking a bounce into the 9 MA now.
Is it appropriate to beg for likes on the morning show, or is that only a midday market job?
Oh, no, it is.
Oh, okay. Well, as we piss missile out of here, if you could do us all a favor, show your appreciation for the entire show, not just us, but excellent morning show. Tracy, Jim, Tracy's still in here, giving play-by-play for PMI. And honestly, I'm just too lazy. I would never know any of this stuff about PMI if Tracy wasn't in here making me learn it. So thank you.
All right, we're pushing up into prior week low in NQ. This is an area I'm interested in shorting.
Monthly VWAP also. So we are now back to totally neutral territory on the month for NQ right there.
It was just, even though we're bouncing, there was no setup for me to engage in.
Yeah.
So I'm okay missing it. I need a 9MA lower high, as you guys know who see the stream, where we do breakdown, lower low, lower high, and then reverse. We don't have that here. All we have is a fell breakdown, a little bit sideways, and continuation higher. So my entry setup was not met. The rules for my entry setup were not met, and therefore I am okay missing. But I will
Reload
take a
bid.
short up here on the first test.
Reload bid says, do I think we will hit NQ VWAP? I assume you're talking about the 24-hour VWAP. I don't know. It would be, I mean, maybe today. It's pretty weird that you don't hit it, but sometimes you don't hit it at all. If the overnight sold off, or also in the opposite direction, if the overnight moves up really high, sometimes you don't touch the 24-hour VWAP.
Can I describe on the chart where it hurt me? No. Can I describe on the chart your IB strat? Is it a 30-minute IB and then you wait for some FVG and retest? No. I do not look at FVGs.
You don't. You're not a big FVG guy.
I'm not. I don't even know how to draw those.
What about a IFVG? Do you know about those? It's the opposite. It's a you just flip it inside out and reverse it. Like
like those inside out days for elementary school you would wear.
Yeah, hell yeah, crisscross style. I'll never forget the day I missed the bus.
No, I don't look at any of that. The IB technically is the first hour. Is there? I didn't even know there's such a thing as a 30-minute IB.
There's not. They're trying to trigger me.
So technically, it's the first hour. If you stick around for another 35 minutes, you might see me execute it, my friend. Okay, who's Crystal? Because there's no Crystal here. Larry. All right, let's see if I can get my setup here. You used the 48-minute IB? Ooh. You're advanced. You can see level 10.
So slow.
Oh, there's somebody has a username, Crystal. I thought Larry was calling me Crystal, not Chris. My bad.
Chris quickly offended. All right. Thank God I finally got an execution off that wasn't F-. Jeez Louise. All right. So this is pretty normal trend day stuff. I didn't want to narrate it because I didn't want to jinx it because I've been clicking the button like an idiot today. I swear I clicked the button down here, but I don't know. ES is flipping on me quickly. So got half off here. This is kind of how, like what Chris and I were talking about earlier. Hell, we'll just put this up here. This is now, you go from consolidation, this is a little bracket, now we've left, and this is how I identify the trend intraday. So we are above 74.35. That means I can now be neutral on the monthly. Still bearish on the weekly, so I can't get too excited about this. But in here, pull back to the -1, take one off for 5, see if we can keep grinding up here. And we've now made, there's a bunch of buying here, so this is all good. And Q's still flying. Yeah, but this is that slope I was talking about when you see it show up. This is the one I like. It's the one that goes up and to the right, not down and to the right. So that also helps.
All right. Time for me to start looking into a possible short up here It is counter trend at the moment, but we are bouncing to seek a 4-hour 90-minute lower high. So I am interested.
Ooh. That would be a sick high if they can get back through 920s. That would be nice to lean on. But no, that buyer is still there. Oh no. I got the alert, Chris.
What?
My midterm results are in. Should I check it live? Do you guys want to see how bad I did on my psychology midterm?
Oh, is this your Vibe program or
No,
like
no,
midterm
it's
from
college.
school?
I'm just talking about college.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not plugging Vibe Check. I did enough of that last night. Oh. So I have along with all the trading psychology stuff, I discovered that I have a psychological aversion to this lockdown browser like virtual proctoring where AI looks at your face and it can tell if you're looking away from the screen, and it gives you little warnings like, hey, you better not be looking at notes. You better not be looking at a book right now. It's terrifying. I got an 87. Thanks, Josh. That's not bad. I'll take 87. Oh, nice, B-Man. That's cool.
All good, Larry. Oh, I still like you. Don't worry, my friend. Am I looking to short the IB trade today? You know, if we are below the daily 9 SMA, yes. Let me see where we're at right now. We're pretty much right on it, I think. It's at 30,029. We're right below it. So if we are below it by the time the IB sets up, then yes, I will be looking to short.
We still got
I use SMA for the 9 period and EMA for the 20 and the 50 period.
I mean, hell with it. I'll just put this all the way up here. Why not?
You
Why not
caught
get
this,
to
huh?
75?
Nice.
I mean, for now.
I mean, this is the move of the morning.
It seems like it's still happy. I haven't seen a sign of it not being happy anymore. There's our 30K on NQ.
Yeah, I will try to short up here.
I'm not going to get out of it. I might add if we can come back. We'll see. We'll see what happens with this node here. So this is kind of in volume profile land. This is kind of what we talk about with the auctions building higher. So this is what you want to see for bullish continuation. You see big node down here. This was, 5-minute opening range. This is just call this our open. Built more nodes. You leave them. You leave these little low volume nodes or LVNs behind. This is just, this is buyers saying this is too cheap. And this is sellers saying, you know what, buyers, you're right. This is too cheap. And then sellers go away and then they show up again somewhere else. And that's what these different auctions are. These are all just different conversations between buyers and sellers. And now we're having a new one up here. So if you're long, this is good. What you want to see if you have a short bias is you want to see one of these conversations end with the sellers being correct and us retracing back into one of the lower auctions. Don's Keys, you can just go to the vibe.stowstats.com and you can sign up for a free profile for a free profile. If you want, you don't have to, but you did ask. Rod, I'm not trying to position myself into a 9-to-5 job. I have always wanted to be a social worker. So me going back to college is my midlife crisis. And I'm going to try to get that off of my bucket list if humanly possible. I would like to work in victim advocacy. I've always wanted to do that. So I'm going to do that. 5 years, hopefully.
You'll just trade around that schedule?
Yeah. I mean, you can do anything. I'm getting into forensic social work, which is like psychological assessments, things like that. Working with kids. There's lots of children and youth services stuff that would be cool to get into. And you can kind of like, once you get your master's, you can just kind of build your own schedule, build your own practice. And I mean, market's always here. So.
Oh.
Well, Chris is 22. I'm 41.
I wish.
Same.
I wish. Have that knowledge, have this knowledge back then. At 22, I was a little bit of a...
I would refer to myself at 22 as a dipshit. I don't know if that's a phrase that you use a lot, but that's what I would have called myself. Not concerned about much of nothing other than playing guitar. Here on NQ, sorry to yap about non-trading stuff. So you can kind of see, so you can see both on the volume profile and the delta volume profile where this conversation between buyers and sellers is happening. So right here, this is active selling going into passive buying, and this is active buying going into passive selling. And so this is price is too expensive, price is too cheap. So you can see the node building. This is our auction, and then you can also see it in the delta volume profile too. So you see this on a micro scale. So this is like 40 points, right? You see this micro auction, and then you can zoom out. You look at the larger auction, and you can see, well, buyers have been on sides since, I don't know, 850, we'll call it. All this buying has been rewarded, and this selling has not been rewarded. So if you're going to pick a side, you know, choose your side. You could have scalped this a couple times if you're just a scalper. But if this selling gets rewarded, then now you have new knowledge that this auction ended with selling in favor up here. As they push
All right,
below.
I'm short.
Nice. See, Chris got in with these sellers.
Let's see if we do get the pullback here.
I would also like to come back to 74.65 or so.
I did take a sort of aggressive entry versus my usual, so we shall see.
Sure, Joe, no problem. No problem. That's the weirdest question I've gotten ever. Stowe, do you ever drunk trade? No. Also, I don't drink at all anymore. I don't do anything. I'm straight edge for life, baby.
Hell yeah, brother.
Except for caffeine, which is a nootropic. I decided if I ever decide to do any drugs, I'm just going to refer to them as nootropics from here on out. Oh, this ketamine? Nootropic.
Jesus.
I got him. Yeah. I got Chris to laugh while he's in a trade. All right, I'm going to check that off my trade with Chris in the morning.
All right, looks like I'll be wrong on this trade here. It's about to stop me out.
Yeah, new high on ES, no new high on NQ though.
Oh. So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. We went back up to that 30K seller and it would, yeah, he's still there for now.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
No, it's coming for my stop.
ES is just furious right now.
Yep.
Woo!
All right, so it looks like prior week low is not, or the 970 zones is not going to play nice.
Yes, QG. QG has a cumulative delta comment, and because we got yelled at for saying XY got yelled at for saying CBD was garbage, I will say yes. I understand that that is a way to view absorption, and cumulative delta, if useful to you, is fine. However, you have to take absorption in context with the entire market day, at least with the day. So if you see absorption at the highs on a day that has been exploding high and continuing to explode higher, it's like, how much absorption do you need to see before that turns into continuation? You know what I mean? So when you're looking at cumulative delta, you're looking at the entire day, whereas you can just as easily see absorption inside of the actual 10 to 15 point range that you're trying to trade. You can just look at that. Chris, they're asking why you want to take a short there when we're in a clear uptrend, and I don't know. I wouldn't say this is a clear uptrend, maybe on the day, but like if you zoom out and look at the whole night, we're probably like halfway back from that sell-off. So
yeah, it was my resistance level that I had.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we're still here at this level.
Yeah, Nathan. Yes, Leo always says that absorption is a process. It's one of the many things that Leo has said that just rings in my brain every day. What he means is that, absorption takes time. It's not just like everybody goes up there, everybody gets filled, and then it's gone. Like sometimes you can sit here and grind forever. Also, sometimes absorption turns into continuation. You can see it on ES a little bit here. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, I would retry a trade.
All this stuff back here, 63, 65, all these highs getting kicked back. This was all absorption right here. All of this. And then we broke it. So like, just because we go through it doesn't mean it wasn't absorption. It doesn't, but which side did we get on? You can't just take absorption as by itself and be like, I'm going to put a trade on here because I see price absorbing. You have to figure out who is the dominant party in the auction and get on sides with them. So that's why you need some sort of day vibe, day indicator, day something to execute inside of that. So I saw this absorption. I took half of my trade off into it, but I want to hold because overall buyers are on sides today based on my trend stuff that I look at. And so I think this absorption is eventually going to get broken through, and then we're going to go absorb somewhere else, and then we're going to go absorb somewhere else. Nice job, DA. Good for you, brother.
The black, it's not an EMA, Matt. It's a SMA. The black line is a 9-period SMA.
For somebody that doesn't use those, Chris, what is the primary reason to use the simple instead of exponential?
The simple tracks the higher high, higher low sequence of the market.
Okay.
It tracks it very well, so that's why I use it.
Right, because you okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, like very simple answer. But the market moves. The trend structure that the market follows is let's say we're in an uptrend, we get like a 3 to 5 to 6 candle consolidation where we rest. The low of that resting period happens to be where the SMA eventually ends up. And that's a 9 SMA. So when I'm tracking an uptrend or a downtrend, I just found over time that the 9 period was the best lagging moving average to track that sequence very well.
Cool.
That's why I was asking about your trend filter, because if you were to plot the daily SMA on your chart, I feel like it would provide you more context as well.
Nah, you're right. I probably should do that. I've been meaning to mess with EMA World. XY is always preaching that at me too.
Yeah, he looks at the 9 EMA, 9 SMA. I mean, it's off by very little. Same thing, but it's a really good daily filter.
Okay.
And whenever we're above it, I just focus on longs. Whenever we're below it, I just focus on shorts, and that's part of the IB strat as well. Works very well.
It's too easy. That can't work. That can't be true. Too simple. The market has to be complicated, filled with like deep math and quant stuff, right?
I know. Chris, what do you look 42? Are you asking if I'm 42, or what do you look 42?
No. I think they're doing like Zoomer stuff. What do you look for to find a good support?
Oh, damn. I don't even can talk with numbers now. Holy shit. That's new to me. Damn.
That's right. Chris is the unk. Not me, guys. Not me.
Chris, what do you look for to find a good support or resistance? So that's a first for me, guys. I only know how to spell, what was it when you flip the calculator upside down? 80085.
Oh man, that's good. That's good stuff.
That's the only number language I know.
Oh, my favorite 9th grade humor coming back. Love it. Love it. Lots of fun with calculators back in the day, folks. Whoa, Chris looking mad fine today.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Okay, what do I look for to find a good support resistance zone? I find that my levels don't really hold that well for some reason. Well, if you go back in time and look at the historical price action of like the hourly or the hourly, let's say, and you start to just go back and say, hey, what is an area where price has interacted with on a longer time frame? For example, let me show like a clean one. Okay, here. You see how this 30,280s area was resistance here? A little bit of chop, but we broke down, we reclaimed it, we back tested support again. And then we move up to another area and this becomes resistance, support, chop, resistance again. that's how you start finding your levels over time. You just start tracking those interactions where there's multiple touch points over time on a higher time frame. And eventually that ends up becoming your support and resistance. And you apply that across other areas that have the same interaction. And then you start tracking to see, hey, is this level holding now? Is it not? Do I need to iterate this, where I'm drawing these zones? And eventually you start to identify good zones that become viable areas of, like shorts or longs. But you need context as well at those areas, right? You can't just short or go long a test of it, but that's how I would start.
Yo, we need some likes. We are way below the ratio right now. All right, 1,200 people in here. That's fun. That's nice. We only got 380 likes. We got to get to 600 likes before whoever comes on at 11 comes on at 11. You got 40 minutes to get to 600, chat.
Listen, we have Robin and Reload Bid fighting for me. Jesus, what's going on here, guys?
He's a good-looking guy. I've seen him in real life. It's not just the camera making him look good.
They only have good-looking people on the stream, okay, guys?
That's also true. It's also true.
And they need to have a good set of hair. This was Deli's rule.
Yep. If you can't get at least a 6-inch pompadour out of your coif, you can't be on the stream. That's a rule. He actually he sends us hairspray once a month.
Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis.
Oh, good one, guys. Good one. Good one.
What a squeeze. What a squeeze. I'm down even less on my stocks, guys. It's a good. I was down 3%. Now I'm down 1.6.
Oh, chump change.
I don't have to sell anything. All right, it's almost time for the IB trade. We are testing the daily 9 SMA and NQ. And the rules say that if we are below it or at it, got a short.
Nathan, is that a question, brother? I'm just trying to figure out what you're looking for. I'm sorry, am I reading it wrong? Stowe, you were showing us on the Delta profile, it was passive sellers at certain places and then passive buyers. Also, you were talking about what you wanted to see in the volume profile for shorts. Yeah, so I mean, the opposite is happening now, which is cool. So this could be, and I wouldn't take it because the day is trending, but this is what absorption and exhaustion can look like right here, right? So you have a ton of passive selling here, which is, so if you have passive one thing, you have active the other thing. So remember that. This is passive selling right here on ES, 85 to 86. That's active buying. So for crap, it just reset. But so use your imagination here. Active buying went through it and then it dried up here. So all these numbers got a lot lower and this became a tail for now. So you can see a tail on the delta volume profile. You can see a tail on the volume profile. So this buying ran out of gas, maybe for now, and then came back here and we got below the passive selling for now also, 86. So now we see this is some passive buying that showed up here at 74.80. And then this is passive selling here. So now you're watching this develop again. So the auction changes. I have the ES delta volume profile set to reset every 10-point rotation. So for now, it's just reading this next leg, right? Because I only care about what's happening at the moment. So if we can't get continuation above this, this will be exhaustive until it gets broken through. And then this selling, you can see selling coming in here at 86, 85, 84. If this selling can get on sides, then we can see a retracement to one of these lower nodes and we can test these previous buyers, which is ultimately what I want to see to add to this long. Because I mean, it's all well and good to be grinding up, but we're getting to 1030. This is typically the time when you can see some reversals and some pullbacks to some more, meaningful locations that are a little less sketchy to get long in. And you'll see it on the delta volume profile, and then you'll also see it in the way that the nodes build. Joe, I don't use a time frame chart. I use volume-based charts. But the time frame for the volume profile is the entire RTH session. Yeah, kind of. It's not quite that simple, Nathan, but like look at this. So I switched over to NQ. You see blue, you see red. It's red team versus blue team here. And then anytime you see blue, that's active buying with passive selling. Anytime you see red, that's active selling with passive buying. You can't just trade each one of these little wiggles because you'll get chewed up. But when you can see the whole auction developing, this is the 60-point NQ leg here. This is passive selling that buyers were not able to break, and this is passive buying that sellers were not able to break. If these turkeys can get on sides, you can maybe see a move back down to VWAP, monthly VWAP, take out these lows. That'd be healthy for a trend continuation.
All right, so I'd be setting up. It looks too short. Somebody asked me earlier why I was looking to short this area. See how we're getting the reaction now?
Sure.
So my location was correct, but my time was not. And instead of shorting again, what I did is I actually hedged my portfolio and bought SQQQ instead. Even though I may miss a day trade here, I'm just going to wait for the IB trade. We can just chop around here. If this becomes chop and it becomes acceptance of this resistance zone, then we know price will want to move higher. If not, we can go through a normal pullback. All right, we are below the 9 SMA on the daily.
Point of control right here.
So I'll be looking for shorts for the IB strat.
See if that buyer can hold. Trying to pay attention here.
All right, 2 minutes.
There we go. Come on. You got to get through them. So this is some active buying I'm trying to get alongside with and add here, but I'll cut right below him. Because if he loses, that will tell me that passive seller's walking it down. All right, so I got my ad in there at 77.75. You see what I was looking for? on the delta volume profile, you can see this is a tail, 2 traded, 67, 17, 14. This is pretty low for ES. And then this was an active buyer coming in. Now we need to get past this passive seller or this active seller, but I'm trying to stay on sides of the day. So I'm leaning with 78 guy. So this is my ad right here, which if you look was also previous absorption. I also like that we kind of ran that guy's stop by like 3 ticks. Brings me joy. Not out of the woods by any means, but it looks okay for now. Think of
no,
the
what happened
lies. All right, there's 10:30. Or 7:30 if you live in Chris's world. I don't want to exclude anybody for being in a fake time zone. Push. Thanks.
All right, so we have the. Why is it not showing?
This 86 is still a bit of a grouch.
All right, we have the IB set here now. For those who keep asking to go over it, I'm going to go over it now. We are below the daily 9 MA. You can see on the indicator here that it says 9 SMA above. So I created this indicator to tell me to create tools for me, right, to make me more efficient. So the 9 SMA is above, which means I need to look for shorts. Now, the short trigger only happens when an uptrend fails and we get below the 25% of this IB level. So what we need to see is a breakdown attempt, a bounce, and then that bounce to fail and me get short here. There's other rules in place, but I'll share that one. Essentially, what I'm looking to do, and I say this all the time, I'm looking to, in a downtrend, which it's questionable if we are in one right now, because we are below the daily 9 SMA, which is the trend filter, then quote unquote, it is in a downtrend, right? So I have to execute shorts. So I'm looking to now short the lower high against the high of the day. So I need to see a breakdown attempt, meaning a downtrend, then a bounce attempt, and then that to fail for me to short and look for new highs because I'm looking for an expansion move lower. So there's certain things that need to be met one by one in order for me to engage. And if they don't, then I sit out. And then this is my position sizing indicator up here, which I'm currently risking 3% of the account for the New York IB, and that's around the $1,100. For the Asia IB, I'm risking 2%. So I'm risking 5% a day. I'm just cycling 5% every single day. And the idea is to collect a couple $100, couple $100, right, throughout time. And that becomes thousands and thousands and thousands throughout the year. So it's a very slow way to make good returns for how I designed it. It only takes 15 minutes max to execute. I just need to wait for the rules to set up. And then I go on with my day. IB stands for the the first hour of the initial balance. Chris, do you look at the 200 SMA and thoughts about NQ hitting 4-hour 200 SMA? I do not look at the 200 SMA at all. Sorry. Only on the daily.
All right, that was a little better. I probably should have scaled out of that. Had I not been narrating it, I would have, but that's the way she goes sometimes. I can't get back in here, though. That's going to suck. NQ bounced a little too cleanly off the monthly open. do this. Now that the IB is set, next thing we're looking for today is some sort of break of either initial balance. Obviously, the one that seems most logical at the moment is a break of the IB high, but doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be the IB high. Damn, this buyer is really grinding into 950 on. Ah.
Okay. We are attempting to break below the 25% mark of the IB. I don't know if you guys can see that, but part of this, the IB indicator here that I created says it needs to break for, I can't even remember what I wrote, for short. There you go. So this 25% mark needs to break for me to look to short. Now, why is that?
Terrible. Sorry, Chris.
Because, no worries, if we fail to break below this line here, then essentially any short that I try above here can fail because it means that buyers are stepping in, right? So if buyers are stepping in, my short attempts can go through more stops. And doing my back testing, it showed that, hey, what if I wait for weakness for sellers to prove themselves first and lose the first 25% mark of the IB? In doing so, it increases my probability that sellers are showing up and that they are overpowering the buyers that took price higher, right? Which is why if we don't break the IB, then I don't short. And price can continue higher or it can chop around and I avoid myself stops. I avoid myself mental, just getting mentally exhausted from trying to short highs. And I designed it that way to make sure that I'm aligned with the environment and the trend on all time frames. Chris, I thought you were looking for short. Yeah, I've that's all I've said, I think, for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, apple butter. I got sucked. This is, I mean, it's a product of the, it's not an excuse. It's part of the game that I choose to play by narrating this shit out loud as it goes. But my market orders on ES have been way behind today. God help me, I might have to put a limit order on. But this isn't bad. But this is something also that you have to watch for. If this trend, intraday trend is cool, it's not going to last forever. And we did identify absorption at 85, 86, an exhaustive pop, and then we also retested 86. If you're like the Encino man of trading, you can go back into oldie timey times, and this can be a head and shoulders if you want to be want to have that. But this is going to flatten out. And if that top band flattens out and we can't get back inside of it, then just like weekly, just like monthly, intraday, this is going to get more neutral the more time we spend inside of the normal standard deviation range.
What if I'm looking for longs? Can you ask that differently? Like, what about it, Karen? So like, I know how to answer that question.
Yeah, Karen, what about it? Jeez, Chris, you don't have to.
I just don't know what she means. Like, what if you're looking for longs? Okay, so what do you mean? Like, if
You trying to catch these hands, Karen? What do you mean?
ME, we need to get below it. There's an additional rule there that I'm going to keep for myself in the group.
You got proprietary rules, Chris? Can you DM me the rules? Because I feel like if it's a secret and I don't know it, I start to get secret FOMO.
Oh, you can get all the rules.
Chris was gonna let me into his group until he met me and realized that I'm actually like this in real life too. And then he was like, you know what? I don't think the group needs somebody as extra as Stowe. We've got
Jessica, you
pretty
can send me
grown
a
up thing going on.
message. Okay, so we're breaking below the 25% mark. So now I can start looking for a short for the IB. But Jessica, you can send me a message. I don't have anything online for the group. I try to keep it, it's not private, but I'm not trying to have a lot of people in. Just, it's filled with mostly older people who are serious about their trading.
It's a bunch of unks in there.
Kite Girl is in the group. She just wrote something nice.
Who's the dude we met? We met a group dude in Miami, right? He was cool.
Yeah, Spencer, he's in here.
Spencer, that's it.
Kite Girl's not old. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not like 20-year-olds YOLOers, who are just YOLOing the account. Like it's systematic, it's rules-based trading. And, it's usually older traders who can follow those rules and implement.
To get in, you have to send a selfie. And if you have that broccoli haircut, you're out, dude. You are out and banned for life with that broccoli haircut.
Hey, if I missed your group, if I missed your message, Jay Wamu, please message me again. I'll put my my X profile there. Yeah, you can send me a message there and I can reply. No, don't necessarily have to be experienced trader. It's just, it's
Man, dude, New Balance. So, we want to know my old person hack for not having to switch to New Balance shoes? I just put Dr. Scholl's inside of the Converse, so everybody thinks my feet are still young enough to wear Converse all the time, but I'm gelling in there, and they don't even know.
Dude, I took Converse to a show once, like an EDM show. Oh man, the next day I was hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll mess you up standing forever on those things.
What a rejection, huh, guys? From that area that I said was resistance. Except my short was too early, and it happens. But that was the area. We need acceptance. Like I know from my approach that we need acceptance there in order to see higher, and a rejection was higher probability. Did I get stopped out in the attempt? Yeah.
That's trading. That's why you got to be prepared to, you got to take stops. There's no way not to.
Yep. So now we get to see if we can bounce a little bit, form some acceptance, and then maybe in an hour or so attempt a breakout.
This is also anecdotal, But this is the time of day where this normally happens. We're still looking really good. NQ is just coming down to do the things that I would like to see it do. I'll pull him over so we can talk about this. Like, retest the VWAP itself. This is this was, again, we bounced. This is passive selling, active selling. We're seller still selling this thing off. But I mean, we've come a long ways. And healthy trend days, they come down and they take these stops from these previous places. So, I mean, we have a 50 for a good spot to bounce. Ultimately, I'd like to see 29,800. Just go test this volume and see if this is still a bid. And if this is going to be a proper trend day, we'll come back to the other side. The -1 around this time is normally a good retest if the RTH VWAP itself doesn't hold. Now, I look for both those things to happen on ES and NQ, because if they're going to trend, they have to do it at the same time. Like, ES can't be in its feelings and NQ going to the moon. I want to see them both. A proper trend day captures everything. So ES can come down here, 74.59, all this stuff, hold this LVN while NQ holds. That would be great. What makes me think this is a trend day? Well, we had a strong, this is pretty normal trend day setup for me. Initial balance that we leave aggressively, right? So, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't say initial balance because that's the IB. What I'm talking about is this initial opening 5-minute consolidation. It lasts, I don't know, it lasts about 10 minutes, and sellers lose, buyers win. And buyers create a trending environment, which is an environment where we live in the +1 to the +2 standard deviation band. So we do that for a while. We eventually find a seller, which is fine. There's going to be sellers too. It's not just going to go straight up. So now what I look for is a retest of all this previous buying. We're going to look for a buyer to show up at locations that make sense. Locations that make sense are, on a trend day, to me, the -1 standard deviation band. Right now it's at 74.38, which would also retest this consolidation where buyers decided that they wanted to go higher. It would also retest all this volume that still exists down here. That's the A+ retest right here. Doesn't mean we'll get to it. We could pull up right here at VWAP and then keep going. No way to know. But if I'm waiting for A+ stuff, which I need to do because the market is literally kicking my teeth in this month, I'm waiting for down here for continuation. Because I tried the aggressive ad and it didn't work. So now I'm waiting down here. Gotta keep it that way. I disagree, Rhino. A trend day is always possible. The pump is always out there, as they say, or the sell is always out there. But it's just, I'm just talking about in the context of today.
Or the time frame.
Yeah, or the time frame. You could trend, like, we trended on a 5-minute time frame for a little while here. That trend ended. Now we're pulling back, or we're consolidating, or whatever time frame you want to look at right now. I know that the traditional definition of a trend day is a 50% extension from the IB high or low, or 100% extension. I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about intraday trend rotations. This just sounds like some bear. Are you looking at too much bear stuff? Do you need Do you need the bear self-help number? Because I can give it to you, Rhino.
The Bears.
Da balls. Polish sausage. Ditka. Ditka. Yeah, that's fair, Hitman. You need a 30-minute. That's fair. I think, Rhino, the thing I would say is that like gap down reversals can only happen so many times before buyers stop showing up. I think if you look at historically everything that's ever happened in the stock market, the one thing that doesn't happen is buyers never stop showing up. They are literally always showing up. Buyers show up when you want them to show up. They show up when you don't want them to show up. Those MFs are relentless. Those buyers are here to carry the boats.
Who's going to carry the boats?
Nick found that clip for our show last night. It was great. No, he found Stay Hard. I can see that too, Flight here. I can see that too.
All right, we're at the 50% mark of the IB. If this holds, we can attempt a bounce here. And then if that bounce fails, then that's where I can look to short. It may seem a little bit like too many rules or complex, but it's really simple.
That's right. That's right, Flight here. It stands for anything you want it to stand for. That's why we abbreviate it.
What makes me determine if I want to be long or short? The trend filter. We're above the daily SMA, the 9 SMA. I'm looking at longs. If we're below it, I'm looking at shorts. Like really simple. Put this here. And then can I put this here? All right, so I'm focused here to see if it executes or if it triggers, but there's no. What I need is a higher low into the black line, which looks something like this. See how we push above it? Where's my drawing tool? So we go up, we pull back to the 9 MA, create a higher low and push out. That's essentially what I'm looking for here. So I need a bounce up above the 9 MA, pull back to create a higher low, and then fail. And if that doesn't happen, then there's no, my rules of engagement are not met and there's no trade for me. I need to wait until that happens. So as of now, we're just getting rejected at the 9 MA. And we're at the 50% mark of the IB, but we can break it.
I'm excited to go to the gym. This is going to be fun.
So you're excited to go to the gym?
I'm excited to go to the gym. Yeah, I got Nick and Jack to watch for an hour. They're going to get me through. And then I got to switch to reading my schoolwork.
So you're only trading the first 2-3 hours?
Yeah. That's my plan.
Is that a big change?
Yes, huge change. Prioritize health, touching grass. Also, the sun's out today. I need to take advantage of that because I don't know if you know this, but we get more cloudy days than even Seattle. Like this region
Really?
that I live, yes, this region that I live in is like the least sunlight in America. So when it's out there, I gotta go put my white self in the sun for 15 minutes, get that vitamin D going.
Good.
I'm a bit of a health nut these days, Chris.
Good.
Just
Listen,
buying books by canceled people.
the more we focus on health, the more experiences we can have, with your family, with yourself. Like, it's so important.
Chris, what do you think about those red light masks that people wear? Is that real or fake?
Oh, it's real.
It's real? What's it do?
Yeah. Well, if it's a face mask, it helps for your skin. Like, my girlfriend wears it every night.
Okay.
If you're doing like the full body one, I don't know for the full body one. I don't want to give a bad explanation, but they do help.
We're not doctors, by the way.
If you put red light, what I actually noticed, or I saw, two comments here. If you put red light on before you go to sleep, you can sleep better. You go to sleep faster.
Whoa. Okay.
And then also for kids, if you change the color settings of the iPads or computers or phones to a reddish, they drop the phone faster versus just being hooked, because you don't have all these bright colors like, at the casino, just getting you fixated on stuff.
Right. Yep.
So they get annoyed at the red light. It's not producing the same, feedback as far as like the addiction to it.
Okay.
And it helps for kids a lot. They drop the iPad faster.
Cool. All right.
Yeah. Like at night, the color settings for my computer, I have it all the way to red. There's no blue at all.
I got to do that. That's my biggest hole in the game is sleep game.
Dude, sleep is so important. Take it from somebody, when I was at my worst with kidney failure, I could only sleep like 2 hours a night.
Woof.
And I'd be forced to take naps during the day just because I was so tired. Sleep is so important. You take magnesium before you go to sleep?
Yep.
Okay, good. Take magnesium, no computer, the last hour, especially also no eating the last 2 hours at least.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing all that except the computer part. That's the hard part is, that there's a shiny screen with, it's got Claude in it. It's got all my internet friends. It's got my work. It's got school. It's very tough to get away from him.
Blackout curtains, yeah, that works as well. Chris, what do you have for the 50% of the IB for ES? I have 453.25. It is, if it loads here. Yeah, 453.25. What a rejection from that level, guys. And I'm not in it. But that's the area I wanted to short. I took it once, I took a stop. But you know what? What I did instead is, and again, I have like a multi-strat system. Instead of focusing on the day trade account, I put a large SQQQ trade on, which is a triple inverse NASDAQ, in order to hedge my portfolio, my larger portfolio. So I may have missed the day trade, but at least I'm making money to recover from the losses I have in the swing portfolio, which is not much, but it helps.
Gentlemen.
Hello.
Good
morning.
We meet again.
Good morning.
We do.
Is it me you're looking for?
Hello.
Been looking for you for a long time, Chris.
Hey, you are my extended Mexican cousin there with that stash.
I trimmed it up a little bit. Got a nice
Hola.
haircut yesterday. Hola.
Are we doing Movember a little early?
Yeah, well, it was just a Canadian thing. Well, I was in Mexico and then Canada, and so I figured I'd, bring the tan and mustache back. I just wanted to fit in with the culture. I really felt left out down there. And now I know why people rock mustaches. Keeps you warm.
Also, like a snack later on the day, you finish eating 2 hours later, you're like, oh, what's
God.
that?
Yeah. My girlfriend likes it too.
Tickles?
I'm just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend. But
Oh, your boyfriend? It's your boyfriend then?
I tell you what, if I had a boyfriend, he'd probably like it too. No boyfriend. No boyfriend, Chris. I know you do. I don't want to get married involved over here, but I know he's not here to defend himself.
That's the best time to pile on.
Yeah. Yeah, right? When the guy's not here, just hit him while he's down. Hit him while he's down.
First person under the bus is whoever doesn't show up. That's the rule.
I don't know what you guys have done, but I was not prepared for this level of conversation coming into today's trade.
Do you have a voice changer on?
Yeah, Nick, what the hell was that?
I was just trying to make sure everyone was paying attention.
All right, cool. Sure.
Nick, do you run that through your headphones? Because I need to get the headphones because I just got a bunch of automatic audio alerts set up on my computer, and I need to get whatever you got.
This is a monitoring mixer. But if you're doing, Jack, you do like live streaming and Discords and things, and you've been doing that for a while. I'm surprised you don't have a mixer or something.
Well, no, I mean, dude, I keep my stuff so simple.
Yeah.
I don't.
But yeah, I could send you it. We just can't get you into trouble like we did with Leo, where he can't
You can even
figure
just
out
get
his
like
settings.
Just get like an audio box like this.
Yeah. Like
Jack.
Stowe's is probably decent because it'll actually improve the quality of your mic too.
This is all you really need.
It'll do.
I really want those those headphones you got. I don't know. They do look like hearing aids.
Yeah, these are purely for monitoring, but we can I can get you squared away. They're Shure headphones. They're literally for monitoring audio.
Cool. Yeah, just because I mean before I had turned off all my order fills, as you remember what that probably sounded like a while ago, but one of these codes I've recently built shoots out a bunch of stuff at me like audio alerts, and I don't need those getting broadcasted and annoying people.
All right, well, guys, my time is up.
Take care, dude. Good job out there.
Yeah, same.
Enjoy your sesh, Stowe. It was good seeing you on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I had a great time. Good to see you, Chris. Love talking to you. All right, bye, Chet.
Right. Take care, chat. Y'all have a good day.
Later, boys.
Ciao.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, chat.
Good morning, chat. All right. Oh, I just like the stream. Almost at 500 here on the likes. We're at 494 or 495 with that like. Here we go. Give me 500. Give me 500. The boys got to get it to 500. Yep. So positions on currently for me, short the MES, long CL, and long gold. So
nice.
We'll see.
Yeah, I've been kind of all over the place this morning. I got long pretty early after the open, covered way too early, and then I tried to get short around 30,000 and just like did not get a fill on this second push up here towards the overnight VWAP, kind of back towards that 30,000 test. Like there was a good failure there, and I was kind of waiting just for another little poke above 30K and did not get filled. So ended up then scalping long over here, kind of off the little V range green line, just for a scalp up to the previous week low. And then I've been flat. I kind of oversized a little bit today, so I'm trying to keep myself in line the rest of the session.
These positions are looking good here, but I did take a stop out trying to short the ES a little early this morning. I knew I should have told myself, I was like, this is such a big gap down. Just wait. I had 2 attempt levels I was going to attempt. The second level I attempted is working. The first level I had attempted was a little aggressive. I think I was selling 59s is where I first got short.
Yeah, I was in 6 minis at one point in NQ, and it moved my average up, and I trailed out in a way that I don't normally do because I'm usually still sitting like in 3 lots, and I'll manage it that way, but moved to 6 and it bumped my average, and then I was just kind of spooked coming into the the morning and not trying to give a lot back. So that was my fault. But yeah, it's been an interesting session thus far with the overnight bit of selling. We saw SpaceX below its IPO price, which was interesting. A lot of tech getting walloped today. So
yeah, big
nice
moves
little
down. I mean, I don't know if there was a reason or not, but I mean, the Nikkei really, not that I don't know how many you people traded here, went from basically all-time high. I think the USD JPY moves are maybe affecting that market, but 5% down in the Japanese market. VIX up 5% here today. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen the VIX up 5% in a single day.
Yeah, I'll take an RVOL at 150 here in NQ. It's been fun to trade, but hopefully it doesn't turn into like yesterday's session did, where you get the move off the open and then we just kind of get range bound. It does feel like there's a little bit of some velocity behind this today, but
yeah, I don't
know. We'll see.
I don't know. My final target is 73.76. I mean, that's pushing for new lows, but that was okay. Huge move down overnight. Of course, you're going to get that responsive buying in the morning because I think the general trend's been up. It's an opportunity at 9:30, right? But then the question is like, does this end up to a new low? Because I mean, my targets are new lows. My final targets, I don't know if we're going to get there since we have turned. It sure as heck looks like there isn't many buyers here. My downside target in the NQ would be right around 29,400 level in the ES, it's a 73.76 area. So might take a while to get there, but man, I mean, since we turned it ain't looking good for them bulls. There's my first target there in the ES.
Nice little move back here into the opening range. But yeah, we're getting that little next push lower. Chat, how'd you guys do today? This was not the easiest session so far to trade, given that we sold off overnight, pushed up, and now we're falling back down. So hope everyone is staying safe trading this today.
Hey, Kate. Why didn't I short the MNQ as opposed to what? The ES? I try. So my first trade was a stop out, and if I'm down on the day, I don't like to have positions on in both the ES and the NQ unless I'm up on the day, because it's basically the same position. Like if I'm long ES and I'm long NQ, those are most likely going to have the same outcome. So I just picked the ES over the NQ. Honestly, just because at the time I had setups in both. I don't have a reason other than I saw the ES first and just clicked the button. And it was one or the other. It's the same trade, in my opinion. I mean, the Nasdaq's a little weaker here, but if you get long in the same spots in both markets, it's very rarely that they have different outcomes. At least, sometimes the Russell and the YM can do their own thing. I mean, you saw that yesterday. And even today, I mean, look at the YM here, but the ES and the NQ pretty correlated. The Russell and the YM are hanging out at highs here. Those are totally different markets.
Yeah, we got the Russell at 3,000. I just noticed that. Yeah, it's funny. Stowe and I were on last night doing his new kind of like mental game show that we're putting together, and like the second we got off air, apparently it just started waterfalling, and I didn't look at the markets until I woke up this morning. So always fun to see. Apparently a spicy Globex session. Oh.
Yeah, really, really waterfalled. I mean, we had that. I saw some of the chatter. Just of course, what looked like a very boring day. What was really just setting up for a breakdown. I mean, I had short setups, but they really just weren't going anywhere. I had some pretty good entries in the indexes, but it's like they weren't doing anything. So I was just like getting a couple targets and then taking it off. And then overnight, there was the one pop around, like, I don't know if that was like 8 o'clock or so. And that was the final right around the Asian Open. And it was just a rock from there.
Mm-hmm. Where is my music?
Yeah, I do. So only some of my targets are ATR based. My stop is always ATR based, but my targets are based on, I'll move them around. They are, when they're placed, they're kind of automatic, but I'll move them around from there because it's pretty hard to code automatically spots in the market. Like you can't code like, hey, if I place a short, I want this to cover yesterday's value area low. I mean, I guess maybe you could do that, but it'd probably be pretty sophisticated. So,
yeah,
I will
that's funny, Jack. I think I need to pick your brain because I feel like we can marry that. That's one of the things I'm trying to build in my little like trading hub dashboard thing is a similar take profit, but I'm also trying to, I've learned doing like range based stops or MGI based stops on like that time frame. That's harder for me to kind of get it to actually be like an above 50% success rate with some of the backtesting stuff that I'm trying to validate some of the trade thesis thing. And I actually was going to start playing with ATR based stops like you kind of use for some of these models and see if any of it works. But
yeah,
let's pick your brain one of these days.
So then what you would just do is, take your NGI levels, and then it's actually something I'm going to be going over on Thursday, but just play like, so, do whatever analysis you come up with. And then what I have is, once you place the order, it'll just automatically put a stop at 1.5 an ATR or first target at, you can also change the variables. So you can go, just to have an order out there, it'll go first target 1.5 ATR, or you can have equidistant first target and stop. And then second target can be 3. And then of course you can move them. But I always have, after my second target's hit, my stop goes to break even. And so you can kind of mess around with that. So like, I think it's really hard to just code automatic orders like, hey, I'm going to buy the prior low of the day. I'm going to buy, that's like, because there's so much context that the market requires. But what you can have is, once you've made that decision of where you want to enter, like everything to kind of be automated from there. And I think like that's really the key. But yeah, I'm going to be going over that Thursday. And then I also just have like auto sizing based on whatever dollar risk you want to, which is really nice because it's kind of hard. I mean, market volatility constantly changing. Like if you want to risk it, you can risk 1,000 on one trade, and you put the same size on 3 hours later, and the market volatility has increased, and that $1,000, whatever it's, let's say it's 1 micro, we're moving that. We could be moving that in a minute, and like it's not an appropriate stop size for being able to stay in the trade.
Right. Yeah, Josh, I'm trying to figure something kind of similar to that, like rotation-based ATR, certain time frame based ATR, something in that same kind of mindset of like, if my leg to leg is set at like 60 to 70 points on NQ, what exactly is that average time frame that we're usually measuring versus certain periods in the market? Like I have too many ideas, and that's kind of part of the problem. I'm trying to now simplify it because I think I've thought too broadly on some of the criteria that I'm trying to build. That's the problem with, I guess, how simple it is to just start pulling data from anywhere and kind of running some tests. Is you can just keep getting crazier and crazier with Confluence. So far, holding that top of the NQ range.
How confident are you on your ES short? I really don't very rarely do I like have outsized confidence, like variable confidence in my trades, if that makes sense. Like I don't like, oh, this trade is super confident, this trade is low confidence. Like I don't try to mess up with that too much. My stop will move to break even when my second target is hit. And like that'll just be it. Now, if we do start trading back above 74.70, like I'll probably just click the button to close or take some off. If it happens in one bar because we have a news scandal, so be it. We really haven't had too much of that lately. But I mean, I pretty much just have the same kind of confidence every trade, which is just place it. If you place it 100 times, it'll probably work. That's just kind of how I view it. There's a couple of times a week I'll be like, I really like this trade. Like I'm confident enough. Where I'm confident is that I'll get a first target. I'm almost like very rarely am I confident that like I'll get my final target because there's just so many variables. You have to have a really hard trending market, which I don't think we do right now. I mean, we had, a really hard trending market in the indexes is pretty rare, and it's mostly to the upside.
Yes.
And that's when you just have, the month is up, we're up on the month, we're up on the week, we're up on the day, and the market's just going up. Like we saw that a month ago or so, where it's just like you get long, we're getting new highs, but we don't have that type of trend right now. And when I take a trade, I'm just confident that it's going to move. So I always think about trading like this, like, okay, trading, like market's random, right? Like for the most part, it's pretty random. Like I don't try to make sense of every bar. I think you'll drive yourself crazy doing that. So what I say is, well, if my stop and my first target are equidistant, like if I'm just throwing darts at a board, I should theoretically have a 50% chance of hitting my first target. If it's completely random and they're the same size. So I like to be confident that I'm going to get that first target before I hit my stop. That's where I look for the confidence, because then from there you can go to trade management. You're going to have, days like that's what keeps you in the game, as opposed to like when you're looking for big swings and only looking for big swings, the market is constantly in a state of change. You will go through too big of periods of drawdown where you're not getting those larger targets and you didn't take off anything small. And it's more important to stick around than it is to make a lot of money fast. I mean, there is occasions where I'm like, hey, I'm real confident. I'm going to go one target and I'm going to move my trail stop up, move to break even. But that's always harder to do, and it takes different contexts and situations. Let's see here. I do not use market correlation theories. They're also in a constant state of change. Correlations are in a constant state of change.
Yeah. I mean, you have the bond correlations, you have the Dixie correlations. Sometimes you have indices, sometimes correlated, not correlated. I think it just depends on like the current regime, and that can change on a freaking dime.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the most consistently correlated markets that I see just from a visual perspective, and I don't even have like data to back this up. Like I couldn't tell you, but like probably the ES and the NQ, because they're literally just filled with the same big stocks.
Exactly. That's why the only ones you could say at least like 80% of the time are going to be relatively similar structure on a 5-minute if you're day trading. But I mean, we see it all the time. It still can be completely different. You have a day like today where NQ is down almost 1.5% more than ES is.
So this is an add-on I recently got built, and one of the things I will look at, and this will scroll through.
Go full screen for Jack, so you can actually see this thing.
I guess I'll just blow this up then. I don't know if I need it this big, but this will tell me we got the 20-day percentage change, so I can go down to the indexes, and over the last 20 days, what's the best performer? The YM. Okay, let's go to a 5-day now. So I'm going to, actually that's 1 day. Let me go to 5 real quick and let this data load. There we go. Okay, so over the last 5 days, the YM is, actually the Russell is the best performer, but then the YM behind it. So the YM and the Russell, a little stronger over 20 days and 5 days. And then of course you can go to today and it's the same thing. So as far as like that's not necessarily a correlation, but I will take that information and be like, when I do think we're making a bottom, which might not happen until we get new lows, I will anticipate and prefer longs in the markets that are stronger, as opposed to trying to long and catch like a big reversal in the NASDAQ, because the Nasdaq's the weakest right now, or right in line with the S&P. I mean, look, they're right now over the last 20 days, they're both down the exact same percent versus the YM's up 2%. So I will take that information in. So when I do think, or if I do think we're catching a bottom here, I'm going to be looking long the YM. I'm not going to be looking long the ES. I'm not going to be looking long the Nasdaq. So that's it. And then here comes my second target in the ES, and now my stop will go to break even in a couple more points. Nick, I'm glad, or Nick for a SIG, I should say. For a SIG, I'm just going to call you. I'm glad you know where the market's going because I don't.
Are all the Nicks in the chat again?
We got one
Here we
fake
go.
Nick. I mean, you can disagree with the market being random, but I think it's random for the most part. I don't think it's always random, but I mean, let's be honest with the number of traders that actually make it. It's not high. If the market was so consistently predictable, at least half the people that would try would make money. There's only few. I mean, how many times of the day are you taking a trade? 2, 3? I don't know. Everybody's different, but those points of which you're picking your trade are the moments you're deciding that there's no randomness in it or that you have slight edge. But the rest of it, where you're sitting on your hands, you're just basically saying it's random.
Mm-hmm. Curious to see if we get any sort of reaction down here back towards the RTH Open. Feels like this is just slowly just drifting lower and lower.
Yeah, has not been much of a bid here. So
no.
If that final TP hits for a SIG that you say is not going to hit, you have to change your name. You will no longer, if that TP hits, I will no longer acknowledge you. Right back at you. I'm going to move my gold stop up here because I've been in this trade for 25 minutes and we're not going anywhere.
No, this is like wait, what's happening? Chat, why are you guys all freaking out?
Always a select few. Trading can be a frustrating game.
Unfortunately, that one is not one of my bots. I only have one. I actually decommissioned another one because it was not functioning the way I wanted it to in the YouTube chats, or really my YouTube chat. It had one job and it failed at it. Good morning, Jose.
Let the market do the talking. Market doesn't care about anybody's opinions, to be honest. Doesn't care about mine, doesn't care about anybody else's.
Yeah, we're just with below the NQ open here. Decommissioned like it was a Blade Runner clone thing. Well, it just was one of those where it's like I built that. I started coding it when I had access to Fable, and then I tried to pick up the second half of the build with a model that was not as informed on what I was trying to do. It didn't help me scope it, and it just didn't quite do it. And I decided I was probably over engineering the idea anyway, so I built the logic into my other one that was functional. But we're bouncing right off that RTH open, which is kind of what I wanted to see. Right into the Euro close.
I mean, we haven't had any bounces since this selling. I would not be surprised to see somebody come in. It's definitely not a good look right now for nobody.
The one bounce was my scalp long, basically. Like I got in right around like the 840s, 850s, and I had to cover here because they just decided to sell it all the way back. So, but it still was like a 100-point little ripper.
74.40s in the ES is the 50% retracement from the swing lows of the 11th of this month, which was that, that bigger pullback we had. So it's right where we're trading in the ES. The full 50% retracement from the swing lows of June. And that equivalent level in the NASDAQ is basically the low. It's at 29,601.5. And I think the low is right around there. That's 616.
Yeah, I like this spot.
Yeah, the Mia, the green line. So I have two green lines. The dash green line is just the low of the day, and yeah, that solid green line at the highs is what I refer to as my lower mid. And on trend days, if that's a spot I've been getting gap down. If we reject from that level, it's usually not a good sign for bulls, and we rejected basically right from it. But yeah, it's the midpoint of yesterday taken to the current low of the day and divided by 2. So it's half of the range. Kind of confusing, but it seems to work. Don't know why. I actually created it on accident and then saw it worked. I was like, oh, sweet. Didn't even get it in the NASDAQ. And the Dow is above the yesterday's middle of yesterday's range. So I will, as I said before, I will be looking for a long at some point in the YM.
I'm still defending this open, which is like a little spot here from last week's structure that I kind of like, but the buyer that was still trying, he's still trying to initiate there, but I just don't know if I trust this right now. And I've had a good morning. I just don't want to get back too much. So if it goes back, rotates up towards like 820, so be it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, let's go make a new low of the day.
Yeah, I like for bounces here, I'd like to see it happen first. I don't want to be picking the spot.
Yep.
Right now, I'd like to, if we bounce, take out some of the range, we've come down, and then slowly roll back into a pullback. I think that's probably the safer bet here.
Yeah. The reason I was like testing long there, RTH open, and then if you look at last week's, like your point of control for last week is basically right here. So just was seeing, since it is the RTH open and some buyers were trying to continue to defend there, just taking that quick stab long. But so far they're not showing a ton of enthusiasm, and I don't love doing this right into the euro close. So we'll see if anything happens here, but I just felt like I could easily get wicked out, like me trying to scale into 3, us to like the OR mid, and then maybe we bounce. But this is a spot you could see some, at least, initiation activity.
Moving my stop up in CL.
Legend, it's my dom's on my other screen. This is the thing when we have us and we go like half screens. It takes up too much real estate, so I just keep it off screen. Usually one of the boys has a dom, or Stowe does, or somebody. So yeah, I just try to keep it off. It just takes up too much screen space. But you guys have seen it before. But most of the time, yeah, it's me more delta and what I'm seeing kind of in real time on the dom. But what I always talk about, my entry dependence is usually looking for reactions around some piece of MGI. So that RTH open, last week's point of control, and then seeing, do buyers step in there, which so far my stop would not have been hit, but definitely you're getting a reaction off that. I just didn't like kind of staying into the euro close.
I'm going to probably put an order to short a pop if we get it here in the NQ.
Yeah, this damn trade's going to work.
Placed a limit at 29,820 for the NQ. All right. Got my first target off in gold now.
Nice. Yeah, John, I mean, that's where it's just like, did I really want to take a stop out for the full size versus just exiting there into the euro close? No, I didn't, but oh well. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting much. If we get another reoffer, it's going to step right back around like 820s, or right here at the opening range high. can't believe it's 4th of July again next week. I keep forgetting. I'm actually going to probably be traveling.
Are you going to go see the parents?
Yeah, with the baby. We booked the return flight. We have not booked the flight out there yet. So
got to get there first, right?
it is, but it's like we knew like the way back we had to be back by this. We're like, and just the time of the day, what time we'd get home. We're like, we were trying to make sure we could still like get the baby back and like let her wind down being home again and put her down for bed. So we were trying to time it around that. But as far as like getting there, we were like, I don't know. We'll figure that one out next.
You flown with her yet?
No, it'll be the first time.
Oh, how old is she?
She is 19 months. So this should be quite the experience.
Yeah. I think I've flown with my kid probably like 5 or 6 times. Some good, nothing terrible so far.
She does well like in public. Like she likes people, like for the most part when she's out of her environment, she likes people. She's a little more reserved if people come into the house. But she's fun and she's feral and wants to just constantly be on the move. So she's probably going to be trying to go up and down the aisle the whole damn time.
Yeah, you got 3 more months of the free rides.
I know, and we hadn't done it, and you know, like I basically have a free place to go stay at the beach whenever I want it. So it's like I should probably take advantage of that. But we're gonna do the 4th and go hang out. I haven't seen a bunch of my friends who are now on like kids 2 and 3, and I haven't met any of them. All my old friends in California. So just be good to see everybody.
That'll be, 4th of July in California, seeing friends and family sounds like a great time.
Yeah, it should be. What about you? You
I'm gonna go. I got a couple of friends coming to town. And we're gonna go up to my parents' house in Wisconsin and enjoy it up there. It's like just the most like it's I had friends up last year and they're like, this is the best 4th of July I ever had. It's like fireworks, there's a carnival up there, on the lake, do some boating, maybe some paddle boarding, just like bonfire, everything I want in the 4th of July. I don't really like being in Chicago on the 4th of July unless you're on a boat. Like it's chaos. The fireworks show they do in Chicago might as well be like a gang initiation contest because it's just a bunch of people walking around the city in large swarms causing trouble. So I really try to get out of the city for it. Which I'm going to do, but yeah, it really seems like this summer is moving faster than before. We haven't had great weather. It's 68 degrees here today. It's like low 70s all week is as hot as we're getting. We're not having great weather over here.
We haven't had a long storm season and it's hot and kind of muggy. Getting over it. So looking forward to 70 to 80 degrees and sunny by the beach. But why did I move to Texas from Orange County? Well, unfortunately, Nick is a full-time trader. You sometimes in the 9-to-5 corporate world, you move based on what the company tells you to take an upward trajectory in your career. So you accept roles that are in other cities to start offices there sometimes or help build out teams. And I did that over 10 years ago to move to Texas, and I have been here since. And obviously, I'm no longer employed by said company. So why am I still here? Because no state tax. And I met my wife, and you kind of plant a flag, I guess, at that point. So for the time being, we're here.
Is her family in Texas?
Yeah, she's lived all over, but her and I both knew each other in college and went to the same school and then kind of reconnected in Texas. But yeah, her family both her brother and her parents live here.
Nice.
She kind of grew up here, but then left. So her parents basically retired here.
Better place to retire than where I live. One green bar in New Lows.
Yep. Byron, yeah, I'm in Dallas proper. Texas is a major downgrade. I mean, I wouldn't disagree, but there's a lot of benefits for me living here. And it's been good to me. I've been here for over 12 years.
You're a native.
I mean, I moved here before everybody else in California apparently moved to Dallas and Austin, so
Gold's starting to pick up here.
yeah, heading down to the OR mid. I mean, the cost of living is not that cheap here. It would be comparable to me paying half my property taxes in California, and then to what the state tax would be. So it's relatively comparable these days. Some things are cheaper here, not everything.
So the
Insurance
property taxes are more.
Huh?
The property taxes are more in Texas and Cali.
Oh yeah, I pay over 2%.
Oh wow,
it's insane.
Wow.
So figure whatever the home would be in another state, double it, and that's probably what you're paying in property taxes. But it's like a wash in some capacity for what you probably pay in state taxes, depending on your income level.
We got it all. We got high sales tax, high property taxes. I mean, income tax isn't crazy high, but it's still high. But we have I think we have the highest in the country in Cook County. It's there's the county tax, the state tax, and then a city tax. It's over 11. It's around 11% on sales.
Yeah, majority of that extra 1% here goes to the public school system, which Dallas, the Dallas public school district is not necessarily the best. So, most people send their kids to private schools here in this part of Dallas. Otherwise, you got to move to Highland Park, which I'm not in that kind of income bracket, unfortunately. That's like old money. And you also don't need an 8,000 square foot home like some of those people have. That's insane.
Yeah, it's a little bit of space.
That's too much. I don't know how you do that. You got to have a staff.
Yeah, a staff or a lot of kids. One kid, what are you doing with the house that big? You lose your kid.
Yep. Well, it's again, I know my house I grew up in is a little bigger than the one I live in now, and it's this is pretty dang big as it is. But yeah, pretty weird property taxes here. I don't want to move to Highland Park. It's crazy. I was talking in the terms of the fact that it's one of the best school districts for public schools in the country.
Highland Park, I feel no matter what state it is, nice area. We got one here in Illinois, nice area.
What's funny is that's another 0.5% in property taxes too if you live in that city. It just goes up another little bump over there. It's funny. Did we get a perfect long off the OR mid and I'm complaining about property taxes instead of getting long at 700s? Yep. Someone came in there. I wasn't even paying attention. Well, maybe. Well, unfortunately, I won't be moving up to the burbs up in Allen. I won't go north of 635. I more likely would move to Fort Worth, outside of Fort Worth, before I'd move north of 635. Personal preference.
Yeah, Mike, I am in Chicago.
That was Leo at the OR mid. It's very possible. How's the Rockwell area? It's nice. There's a good little lake over there. I know a bunch of people that live over there and they seem to enjoy it. Love it.
Sounds like you could sign up to be a real estate agent, Nick. I feel like you have a lot of inquiries right now.
Apparently there's a lot of North Texasites, whatever you want to call it, North Texasans. I don't know the abbreviation would be. A lot of people here around DFW in the chat, apparently.
Yeah, a lot. I've never seen so much activity around Texas has a lot of traders. I mean, Texas has a lot of people, but I feel like it's one of the, it would make sense because there's a lot of people, but it's definitely a really big state that people get involved. Actually, one of my first trading job was in Austin.
That's funny.
There you go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Dallas continues to evolve as it is officially becoming the financial hub west of New York, like west of Chicago. Like it's everything's kind of coming here now, outside of obviously futures and options being more Chicago. But it seems like all the banks, are creating what is going to be called, or is continuing to be called, Y'all Street, because it ain't that far from where I live, where all the new, whatever you want to call them, their
Y'all
secondary
Street?
HQs
That's
are going.
funny.
They're
Is
calling
that
it
just
Y'all Street.
Yeah, it's just like because like the southern slang of y'all.
Yeah, but the fact that J.P. Morgan, Goldman, the Texas Stock Exchange, and a bunch of the other smaller banks, other funds are all looking for people to move, and are like Goldman's new facility HQ that they're building just outside of Uptown here is going to be insane. Like it looks. I've seen the rendering. It's crazy. But yeah, since there are so many of you around DFW, make sure you have, I don't know where that link is, but we are still looking at cities that the NinjaTrader wants to do for meetups. So the more of you that there are around DFW, maybe there's a chance we do one here. That'd be a lot of fun. Show Jack around Dallas.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been. Probably 12 years at least. Maybe longer. Tehran. Yeah, we're going to do a meetup in Tehran. Right after negotiations are finished, which is never, but
yeah, we're going to do we're going to do a pontoon boat in the Strait.
Playing country music.
Yep.
I mean, you guys got a lot in common with that area. Oil, old money.
That was at 10:45.
I was hoping many of you guys were from, like Italy somewhere, maybe like.
I know. I just want to go to Italy with Jim. Like that is like on my bucket list now. My NinjaTrader bucket list is like I just want to go hang out in Italy let Jim show me around.
Jim knows his way around there, huh?
Oh yeah.
I'm going in September.
That was supposed to be my honeymoon, and we still haven't gone on that one yet. One of these days.
Well, now you're locked in with the baby. It's so hard to leave the kid for a long period of time. You almost got to bring. I mean, you almost got to get a nanny and bring her with. Like
we probably would invite the fam for the second half, or come meet us and whatever, and have the baby come with us, because it'd be too long for us to do 2 weeks now away from her. That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
but maybe like a week, and then she comes with my parents or something. That'd be fun.
That'd be nice.
But yeah, that's what happens, man. You plan it, you spend all this money. I paid for the wedding out of pocket myself, and you get laid off, and you've already foot the bill for all that, and then you still don't have a job, and then the honeymoon is staring you in the face, and then you still don't have a job lined up. You're like, well, maybe we'll just push this one out a little bit before I just allocate that one, and then more life happens, and eventually you have a kid, and so you still never get that trip. So soon enough.
Bunch of life.
If I could go back, I would have just eloped in Italy and called it a day. Versus the wedding, because the wedding night went by way too fast.
Yeah,
and it was like it's just such a blur. It's such a blur. And I just feel like you're being shuffled around, and you're just like talking to people the whole time, and you're doing photos, and it's like, everyone else got to enjoy it. Everyone else said it was a great time.
Yeah. Was my wedding nice? I don't remember. Or was it, did everyone have fun? I don't remember.
I literally just was that bunch of blur. And I think I had maybe 3 drinks total the whole night. That's how much I was just being shuffled around and talked to people and doing all the stuff that you do, I guess, during that.
That's good moderation on a wedding night.
That was how the day went, man. It wasn't even intentional. That's just how it all shook out. I was also like starving by the end of the night. And if you've ever been to Sedona, Arizona, where we got married, everything closes around 9:00, including the hotel kitchen where we were staying that night. So there was no one to give me any sort of food around midnight, and that was unfortunate.
Going to bed hungry.
I was so hungry.
Yeah, that's become.
I couldn't even get like Domino's. Like everything was closed. Like nothing in Sedona still was open at that point. Just like 2 bars, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've been to a couple weddings that are now preparing for the late night snacks. It's like in Chicago, like there's this restaurant called Portillo's. I think they're starting to expand. There's some in Arizona. Yeah. Maybe you've seen them before.
We've got one. We've got a couple here, I think, now.
Oh, really? Got them in Texas now?
Yeah.
But yeah, like people be like Italian beefs to go or like cheesy fried, just like some snack to greet. Cause by the time you hit the dance floor and you're coming off and it's, I don't know, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever, whenever it's ending, you're like, oh boy, I need a fuel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Portillo's used to be good. Ever since the guy who owned it sold it. Yeah, I agree. The quality's gone down, but
did they sell it to private equity like everyone else that sells out the good fast casual places?
So I heard Buffett bought it. I don't know if that's true. I know it's public. Maybe he just owns a portion of it. But yeah, the original guy, Dick Portillo, I mean, he's from, Chicagoland area. I believe he lives in Naples, Florida now. He's got this big old yacht called Top Dog and a nice house. If anybody's ever been to Naples and gone through the Port Royal neighborhood on a boat, you can tell which one's his because he's got about a 140-foot yacht parked in front of his house. All right, getting a little bit of a divergence there between the indexes here. We'll see if we get this pop up. My order is now 812 here in the NQ. I moved it down. Got my stop moved down in ES at 74.61s. That was quick.
Hey guys.
Hey Jim.
How's it going?
Doing well.
It's going.
We were just talking about you, Jim. You're an Italian tour guide.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I want to go to Italy with Jim.
Jim, I'm going in September.
Where are you going again, Jack?
Florence, Rome, and Positano.
Positano.
I got to get the enunciations down.
Who are you traveling with?
I'm going with my family, but I also have a friend's sister's wedding that I'm crashing in Florence.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's an awesome trip. I did the exact same trip, I don't know, about 4 or 5 years ago.
I'm really looking forward to it. Never been to Italy.
Yeah. You're going to have to take a car ride, though, depending on, because the train will end at a certain point, and to get to Positano, you're going to have to probably rent a car, and it's like the scariest, like cliff top, 1.5 lane road where the drivers, they don't care. They're just whizzing by. It's crazy.
Oh boy. Yeah. I don't know. My dad's got it all pretty dialed in. It's more of a hands-off vacation for me, which is nice because I never get to do it. It's kind of it's like my dad's retirement trip.
Nice.
Which will be fun. So we got I think there's 9 of us going.
Very, very nice. That'll be you guys will have a great time for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Wow. I met Dick, by the way, in a steam room at the East Bank Club.
Oh.
And I think his first name was Dick. Is that right?
Dick Portillo, yeah.
Yeah. He sampled a lot of his hot dogs over the years.
Did he give you one in the steam room?
No. I protected myself. But no, nice guy though. But yeah, he was very kind of large, as I recall.
Yeah, I never met him in person.
Yeah. Anyway, cool. And then the Sedona talk, man, that's the best place I've been to. It's beautiful.
There's something about that place. I went to school down in Tucson, so Arizona's always great. But Sedona, if you've never been, I highly recommend everybody. Awesome place.
Yeah, especially if you're getting married.
Energy portal? Did you hit an energy portal?
No, it's the vortex.
There's something with the magnetic energy of the earth that I do believe in. There's like just a natural something feels different there. There's something cosmic there, and I'll get all foo-foo and weird and stuff, but there's some truth to it in some capacity.
No, when you go there, there's all these people going, could you feel it? Could you feel the vibes at the vortex? I'm like, no, I'm super hungover, man. I don't feel it.
All I feel is a pounding headache.
Oh,
All
my
right.
goodness.
I just got short the NQ here at 12s. So,
all right.
We'll see where we go.
What's the game plan on this trade then?
Same as always. Going to set my timer here. 25 minutes. Ideally, either take the trade off if I don't have my first target hit, but this will be one of those trades that either has the first target hit or it's above my entry. And if it's above my entry in 25 minutes, I'll just flatten it out. ATRs are pretty wide here. They're at 95 points. So my second target is 95 points. My stop is 95 points. Stop will move to break even if that T2 down there is hit, which is 29,679, and final targets here 639.
Very awesome. Very awesome. Nick, are you still in a trade or no?
No, I was trying to get long around the RTH Open, and then we talked about covering around here that like 820s little LVN that I think Jack just got short at. But yeah, that was kind of the other spot I was potentially watching to jump back in on this trend to the downside if we do get continuation. Otherwise, yeah, I might be done for the day. I don't know.
Gotcha. Real quick before I let you guys go, I do want to remind everybody, Thursday, 4 p.m. East Coast time, develop your edge with the one and only Jack. Jack Leeson's going to be with me. How to master position sizing with ATR, average true range. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to it, folks. If you get a chance, there's going to be a link into the chat. Just go ahead and bookmark that event. Hit the reminder button, and we can't wait to see it. It's going to be interactive, so open questions. Come on in. Jack will answer some questions and do his presentation. It's going to be great.
And I'm also going to be dropping some of the ATR codes that I have on my screen for you guys to be able to put on your NinjaTrader. And it's this code up here, this yellow code, which tells me the average true range multiplied by 150% of whatever time frame you're looking at. It'll also tell you, no matter what contract you're looking at, what one individual contract the cash risk would be on that. So for the MES right now, one contract would be $73. For the NQs, it's about $100 right now. Or I'm sorry, $190 right now, based on a 1.5% of the 5-minute ATR. So I'm gonna be giving that out as well. So make sure you're attending that.
Super awesome, man. Looking forward to it. Thank you guys for this morning. Let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done, please. All right, you guys, thanks again. I will talk to you soon, and let's do an edge report.
All right, take care.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's go back to crude oil. This is a daily candle on crude. I added a second standard deviation band from the anchored VWAP. I have my anchored VWAP, which started with the war. This is a clear gap up, 69.20 to 67.83 when the war started. And this is a long time ago. It started March 2nd. It was a long time ago. Anyway, so this is kind of a good application of how to anchor a VWAP. Some folks would maybe anchor it a little bit earlier to capture a low, but I wanted to capture the event, and that's what this anchored VWAP did. And right now that line is at $92, $92.42. Now it's calculating an awful lot of oopsie, messed that up. Sorry about that. It's calculating an awful lot of data too as it goes. So let's keep an eye on that. We broke through the first standard deviation on the downside. Today we are breaking through the second standard deviation on the downside. Yeah, we had a little bit of a close right underneath it yesterday, just a baby close, still indecisive. But today, forget about it. It's made up its mind. We're at a 72 handle, barely 72 handle, 72.99. But there's that gap. It's getting awfully close, folks. 69.20 is where it starts. We'll see. I want to be bullish fundamentally here in this market, but right now the candles are red, and the candles are not turning up right now. We're below that April 17th swing low around 79. Let's go to intraday right now. Intraday, let me open this up so we can see it a little bit better here. This is a 30-minute candle chart. I have volume profile on the left, and I do have a session anchored VWAP. I anchored that VWAP from the start of the night. And you can kind of see the volume profile is okay. It's a little wonky, though. I'll tell you why. We have a nice point of control, 73.10, but we have a pretty convincing competing point of control at 72.70. And it's not a really smooth Gaussian distribution, really. It's kind of blocky right now. But the value area is kind of tight, and it's a definite range. And the value area is between 73.72 and 72.80. So maybe we're going to stabilize a little bit and end up sideways from where we're at right now. This is another great example of that Asian initial balance. This is the Asian initial balance. Put my crosshairs all the way back here to that start time. It's highlighted by these red parallel lines. And you can see the overnight sessions high was made during that initial balance in the Asian initial balance. And then we kind of went sideways here, and we tested it once, couldn't make it up again. Really nice area of resistance up here at 74.33 overnight, and then we sold off into the London IB. They tried to fight back on the London IB a little bit, and got back up to unched on the session. The Globex yesterday's Globex closed, but then we sold off again. We're below that session VWAP. Now that VWAP has been all over the map. We've been above it, we've been below it, we've been through it several times. So it's a little bit less. I'm a little bit less confident in that as a guide at this point, but we are trading below it here for the last several candles ever since the U.S. initial balance happened. So again, that's going to probably be a little bit of resistance for me. 73.31. It's pretty close to previous sessions lows as well. 73.24. Moving averages are starting to slope down a little bit, and we're spending a lot of time around that point of control. As a matter of fact, just about every single candle since 9 to 9:30. We've traded through that level with the exception of this guy right here. And it looks like we're going to hit it as we speak right now with a little bit of a green candle on the upside. If we do break below, look at this support here, man. We have the London IB low. We have the US IB low almost at the exact same price, 72.50. I'm rounding up a little bit. Now we have S1 below that. But this is a double bottom, a lot of support right now. My opinion, it's going to take some kind of positive news to break this through to the downside right now. My guess is we're going to be value area trading for a while today. But if we do break after S1, we do have that one-day min way down here I want to call your attention to, 71.64. Alternatively, if we do start making new highs up here and we can break through that Globex close, then we do have 0DTE puts 0DTE high vol level, and then the big put support at $75. Don't think we're going to make it there either. So I'm going to be focused on value area trading right now around that point of control, and I'm going to respect the VWAP until it's time not to respect the VWAP. All right, that is this morning's Edge Report. This afternoon, we have a regular start time. Shai is going to do her afternoon update. Looking forward to that. That's going to be at 2 o'clock as usual, East Coast time. And then trading the close, we have Leo, Selma, and XYZ. So it's going to be a fun afternoon. Hopefully we'll see you all there. In the meantime, have a nice relaxing lunch, and thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live.